Wola, 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 wola. Wola, wola, you. We're going to do a few little dances for you today. Wola, can you say wola? It means to be for praise and to be grateful, and we're really grateful that we're here sharing our culture with you today. And we've got some Nini yoga here with us today as well. Learning, best way to learn is chuck them in. So. Got a couple of little ones that haven't danced before, which is always fun for us and a blessing. We come from the Great Southern, and ocean is our healing with our connection to Gorang Budja and the Bremer Bay areas and Minang country. And when we can't get home for healing, we go to the ocean here. So Waradan, this is a dance about the ocean healing. Waradan, 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 and more, Waradan, Waradan, and more, Waradan, 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 Majito, Waradan, Waradan, Majito, Waradan, Waradan. Ngan buja wadan, 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 goreng, wadan, wadan, goreng, wadan, 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 minang, wadan, wadan, minang, wadan, 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 wajak, wadan, wadan, wajak, wadan. Wada, 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 you. All right, we're going to do one more for you. This is a dance that we like to do because we never stop learning, and we're always learning from those around us. You guys are all here for the festival today, and you're going to listen to some incredible people speak. And we learn from all of those around us, the women, the men, the children even, and all of those from different cultures and nationalities, that we'll take a little bit of something from someone and get those relationships of almost kinship in our working environments and our friendships. So this is about learning from everybody and having that love and respect to listen. Cora. Kura Muryaga, yeah, Muryaga. Kura Muryaga, yeah, Muryaga, Muryaga, Muryaga. Kura Murid Maman, yeah, Murid Maman. Kura Murid Maman, yeah, Murid Maman, Murid Maman, Murid Maman. Kura Murid Nonga, yeah. Murinanga, Kura, Murinanga, yeah, Murinanga, 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 you. Kura, Muryaga, yeah, Muryaga, Kura, Muryaga, yeah, Muryaga, Muryaga, Muryaga. Kura, Muritmaman, yeah, Muritmaman, Kura, Muritmaman, yeah, Muritmaman, Muritmaman, Muritmaman. Kura, Murinanga, yeah, Murinanga, Kura, Murinanga, yeah, Murinanga, 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 you. Thank you very much for having us. I hope you have a wonderful day of sharing of ideas with each other, and yeah, have a lovely weekend. Thank you.
Kaya. Okay, let's give another round of applause to the Quabba Jukians, the good women. And I think Auntie Lizzie got crook, so it looks like I've been brought off the bench using the sporting vernacular. So with the welcome side of things, Niti Nyunga Buja Nunagada Yao Kulin Yai, Makaru Nuna Yao Kulin Niti Bujura. Ngala Deman, Yelp Benomurangin Nganyo Kora, Yinalang Balang Wangin Ngan, Niti Bujura, Perth City, Ngala Murangin Wangin Berit Buja, Ngan Deman Yelakit Wangin Ngan, Buruan Norp, Nunagana Maman Yurakin. Bolarang Marman Yoga Murni Niriang Balang Kulyining Ni Nunogada Dalanging. So without going to say the real importance of this locality was set out by the old people when I was a child growing up, talking mainly about my grandfather. He said, grandson, the day will come when you have to stand up in front of the crowd and you need to communicate. And he said that there's two things, you've got to go and learn how to speak. You need to understand how these Waddilas think. So that was a challenge. And he said, but at the same time, making sure that we take the old culture and language and our values into the future. And so I think we're in the future now, and it's so lovely that the Festival of Ideas are here at the State Library on the place called that the old boy called Berit. Berit in our language means the pathways. So if you use that Romanistic type concept, all roads lead to Rome. Well, not in this part of the world it doesn't. All roads lead to Berit. So some people call it Perth, some call it Beerloo, some call it many different names. And the point is that there are many different names of localities in and around the city of Perth, and to talk about only one name for one place is problematic. Just want to say, looking forward to listen to the array of speakers from around the nation, around the world that have come here to the Noongar Budja to share their courage and all their ideas about where to from here for future challenges. And without going to say, only Viv would have been here and she would have gave a much more beautiful reception than I do, but I'm going to just say thanks, Aunt. At least I've got the chance to say good day to everybody. And I'm looking forward to Kato, Muir, from our neighbours next door to the east, to the Wongai lands, to come and share some innovative thoughts and potential tracks for where to in the future around the resourcing sector. Keeping that in mind, I'll also see you at Cracking the Codes, figuring out what these Noongar place names mean. And I guess the challenge therefore is, well, what do the Wongais ones, what do they mean? What do the Yamajis mean? What do the Moles mean? And all the way to the Torres Strait, what do all these Aboriginal place names mean? But in the backyard here at the festival, around about 11:30, come and see me. So I'm going to promote my own yarn, and then hopefully this half I'll get you to talk to you a bit more when you come to the Noongar language class. But in the meantime, I'll see you later on. And I know when I'll see you. Can anybody tell you when I will see you? It's a pretty simple answer. When I'm looking at you. And on that note, I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn Collard. Also, thank you so much to the slwa.wa.gov.au dance group for the beautiful welcome to country and, of course, their amazing dancers. How great were they? Did you know that they're like the only female dance troupe? So they're really special to these lands. So I'm Offafotu, your 2022 Disrupted Festival MC. Welcome to the 8th annual Disrupted Festival. I'd like to now introduce the Honourable Samantha Rowe, Parliamentary Secretary and for Culture and the Arts, to the festival to launch and formally launch the festival this year. Please put your hands together.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land that we're meeting on this morning and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. It's my absolute pleasure to be here this morning representing the Minister for Culture and the Arts, the Honourable David Templeman, who sends his apologies but also all the very best for a successful festival this year. Can I also acknowledge Catherine Clark? Catherine is the CEO and of course the State Librarian here at the WA State Library, and of course the very special keynote speaker who we're going to hear from shortly, Kato Muir. Disrupted has returned for a full weekend of discussion, debate and discourse after a literal disruption from COVID-19 over the last 2 years. This year, the festival will explore honesty and truth. There is a fantastic lineup of speakers and thought-provoking and sometimes very personal perspectives on a number of themes. There's also going to be panel discussions on gender equity, talking about death, fast fashion and a sustainable revolution, and ageing disgracefully. It's really important that we have these open, honest, and sometimes really challenging conversations. And I want to thank the State Library for making sure that we have a platform to have that happen. It gives me great pleasure to officially launch Disrupted 2022. I hope you enjoy the next 2 days and enjoy the many ideas and conversations that will happen. Thank you very much.
Hello, folks. G'day, folks. How you going? I feel like the energy is buzzing in the room. I won't take up too much time, but I do have some additional notes. Unfortunately, Claudio's session on creativity is cancelled for today. That's this afternoon. There will be short films showing in the lecture theatre, so please don't dismay. We do have some things that will be implemented during the day. Also, our sessions, there is a time for question and answer at the end, and if we run out of time, there is quite a quick moment that you might be able to grab one of the keynote speakers as they dwell in the foyer. There's the information desk if you don't know what's happening today. And of course, there are 2 different areas. This is known as the Discovery Lounge, and we also have the lecture theatre. So without further ado, let us begin with our first keynote speaker, Kato Muir. Wealth creation in Western Australia. What are we investing in? Kato Muir is a First Nations Australian artist, anthropologist and Indigenous rights activist based in Leonora, Western Australia. He is a cultural leader, a senior knowledge holder of the Ngalia dialect group of the Maljara language group, with traditional connection to country around Leonora and into the desert. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage, Kato Muir.
Whoa, Barana. So great to be surrounded by family and friends. So good to see you all here. I'll start by acknowledging the people and the place. So the dancers, Nyunga Wadjuk people, other Aboriginal people from other parts of the country, and everyone who's here today, and those who are live streaming, I believe, through YouTube. Also acknowledging Diva Muir, my wife, in the audience, and other family and friends, so there's some Wangais and Yungas and different people that I know. So a bit about me, just a rough intro. I'm wearing my t-shirt from the Mundaredi determination area. I'm currently at the national level doing some work around First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance, which I won't talk too much about, apart from saying that the events of Jukan coming from Western Australia has sent a reverberation around the nation and around the world about an expectation of how do we actually protect, manage and celebrate both the intangible and the tangible heritage and culture that we enjoy as a special inheritance and privilege in this country. So through that process, seeking legislative reform and other mechanisms to ensure that heritage and culture is protected and celebrated. Also, in that role, I'm also chair of the National Native Title Council, which we will talk a bit more about in terms of the impacts of land restitution and the importance of property in the creation of wealth and value. And of course, in my own country, native title holder, both within the Dual and the Mundaredi, and more broadly in other places like Bidilibro and Mardu and other parts of the desert, which we'll see some slides on that as well. And of course, I do sort of have to fund a lot of this stuff by running and operating a business. So, otherwise, I'd be locked up in a 9-to-5 somewhere, which I'm a very bad employee. So, that's the country that I come from. The little red dot, like, where do you come from? Okay, Western Australia. My mob are pretty much in the middle, the geographic heart of Western Australia. This bit of country, Mundaredi, is probably 200 kilometres east of the geographic centre of Western Australia. And we're one of the Mandurjara speakers, Mandurjara Nation. Special acknowledgement to the other Mandurjara families who've just had the determination in the Billa Nature Reserve last week. And I thought I saw Mr. O'Dell, who was the Principal Legal Officer at Central Desert Native Title Services, who helps facilitate and makes that happen. So yeah, that's where I'm from. I'll just start now diving into it. So First Nations in Australia. Between 1788 to 1901, we had an estimated 3 million Aboriginal people living in Australia. In that 113 years, the population went from 3 million down to 100,000. That's the impact of colonisation, imperialism, wealth extraction, all of those forces. Some of us were recipients of that, and that's where a lot of First Nations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today, marginalised, dispossessed, excluded. Some of us are beneficiaries. Well, all of us are beneficiaries of this process as well, because we're all sitting in an institution which is part of the wealth of this state that has emerged from the ashes of Nyungar Wajuk people. So I have this slide here just to show a couple of things. One is, of course, the many First Nations and languages. So there were estimated 500 languages spoken. Of that, only 20 remain. Australian languages, not the medium that I'm communicating with you now, which is the imported English language. So this intergenerational trauma continues to affect and impact not only First Nations, Aboriginal people, but the entire society. We're all still emerging and trying to deal with that trauma at the same time as go about our daily lives. Breathe the air, drink the water, eat the food, and the reverse of what happens when you need to expel that. All right, so into the talk. That's just a framing to understand where we're at. And we're not alone in that, because where we are, you know, we all get busy on the ground here, but we're part of a world, we're part of a globe, we're part of these forces that were at play, and we're just the inheritors of European imperialism. It's not like the Europeans invented imperialism. There's some other parts of the world that also did it, and I don't know, maybe it's the nature of man to try and go out there and tell other people what to do and make them do things to benefit themselves. Okay, so the basic thesis of this talk is that around wealth creation. So it's quite a simple thesis. We're participating in an economy built from the age of European imperialism. And that age and that process of imperialism, there are three key elements to that. Extract. There's an emerging discipline at the moment called extractivism, which looks at the extraction of resources, minerals, plants. You know, we're all eating a diet today based on resources that were extracted from South America, potatoes, tomatoes, all those different foods that we consume today are part of that extractivism. The exploitation of peoples. So this is one of the interesting things about, and in the next slide we'll talk about it, but one of the things about if you're going into a society that has all its needs met, how do you get them to do what you want them to do and not continue to do what they're doing? And that's what the exercise of disruption, whether it's massacring, whether it's taking the kids away, whether it's colonising the mind through names. Each of us carries a name. I don't have a Christian name. I have my Aboriginal names and a futuristic name that my father had invented. But all of those things, it's that sort of dynamics of the relationship. And so how do they do that is through this idea of discovery. And in the records of this institution, you'll have old maps, explorers' journals, all those sort of things. Discovery. Mr. Collard talked about place names. Once you discover, it's part of that conquest. So wiping the slate clean and trying to rebuild something with all the remnants of what you've destroyed. And then the pacification. Keep this pacification in mind, because that's what we're participating in at the moment. The institutions that we have is part of pacifying us. And the other thing is, it's not about black and white. There's class. There's who are the beneficiaries? Where does the flow of the benefit go? The ultimate benefit, the ultimate gain. And that's just one of the, a headline thing. In going into India, the British extracted 45 trillion pounds of wealth from India. Okay, so that leaves the current nation of India, which is rebuilding, but left them for a long time in poverty. And all of that wealth was transferred to Europe. I mean, Europe is like a backwater on the appendage of a continent over in some part of the north there somewhere. Somehow they managed to accumulate all this wealth from the centres of civilization in the Middle East, in India, in South America, and funnel it all back and build these institutions that continue to dominate the globe today. And we, as an appendage of Europe down at the tail end of the global south, are sort of participating and engaging in that same process. So there's a number of philosophers and economic theorists and people like that. One of the main ones, of course, is Adam Smith, who many of you may have heard in The Wealth of Nations. Essentially wrote the textbook on how to go out, organise yourself as a society, extract, exploit, engage in commerce, and create wealth. There's a lot more to it than that in terms of what Adam Smith wrote, but you know, that's the distillation or the summary that I'm working with. There's another economist who, very difficult to find any of his literature, but he wrote this book, The Mystery of Capital, and why capitalism triumphs in the West and fails everywhere else. And I think a lot of his discussion was in two parts. One was looking at the First World and the Second World, being the former communist countries, and then the Third World. The First World, which is the West, set out and integrated a formal property system. So a lot of us, you know, you're all living in houses, you're living in titles. There's the Torrens system of titles. That basically took, digress a little bit, because I don't have notes and I can do that. Digress a little bit. You go to, we all know about Robin Hood, King John, Prince John, sorry. During the Crusades, when the knights went off to battle, they had to, when they got their title deeds to land, that was it. You had to physically control that title deed that you got from the king. And what they did was set up this system of trusts. Someone you trust who will look after your title deed when you're off waging the war against the infidels. And everybody recognises this term trust today, because everyone's got a family trust or a charitable trust or some other form of trust. But you delve back down and look at, where do these ideas come from? Trusts was one. So in the history, you're able to find the nuggets or the gems of where a lot of the ideas that we take for granted today originate from. So I'll come back to De Soto, but basically what he's saying is that in the West, they've organised, they've represented. So the reason I was talking about trusts, it's a representation of an asset that you have. You've all heard things like derivatives and all these mortgages is a representation, a loan. So they're representing and deriving from the value of that asset multiple times. So that's what financiers do. They play with that and we all pay for it. So, it's not like I'm saying, I'm the Aboriginal person that is suffering all of this. What I'd like you to do is peel away the onion layers from your eyes, cry for a while, stop drinking the Kool-Aid, and come to the point of realising that you're getting screwed as much as the blackfellas are. You're just happily getting screwed. We're not. So anyway, that's what is wealth. I'll jump on from that. So understanding wealth, this is a really tricky question. Have you ever asked yourself, what is wealth? Because when you start looking at it, there's all the smoke, there's all these mirrors, there's people will tell you that you can invest in this vehicle and you'll generate wealth, or, you know, there's all these sort of things. What is wealth? And this is a work in progress for me, because I'm looking at it from the perspective of a traditional owner, native title holder, who's fortunately my country, so the 24,000 kilometres of land that we have is exclusive possession native title. We can exclude people from it. In the other country I'm involved in, which is Chihuahua, we have to share it, and share it with conditions that mean that we get marginalised, excluded, etc. And the only way that we can generate wealth from our land is to participate in this process that the government has developed, which is to take land from us and give it to third parties, like miners. And in exchange, we get a transaction fee or rent. And that's, I think, the key idea I want you to go away with today. In the wealth of this state, so, you know, there is a debate between Aboriginal people and the settler state about who actually owns the wealth. But that's essentially we're fighting over these crumbs, because the loaf of bread's over there, taken away by the multinational corporation, the oligarchs, and all of those people. We have oligarchs. They're not only in Russia. I won't name them because they probably sue the crap out of me. But we've got some oligarchs living probably about 10 k's down the road over here. They are actual oligarchs. So understanding wealth, there's this, I think the key ideas you need to pick up there is, there's stock, there's flow. So there's stuff that you have, and then the flow is, you know, you've heard of like taking stock take and stuff like that in shops. You're measuring at a point in time what the value is. I won't dwell too much on that apart from you've seen the slide. So coming out of that, there's these 6 forms of capital, right? Human capital, and I know you'll go, oh, what? Distilling people down into capital. But think about it. What is it all about? Everything we're doing is about people. End of the day, there's nothing. We're all here sitting down. We're all people. And we're engaged in hopefully productive activities. So we're producing things. So number 3, physical, produced assets are forms of capital. Intellectual property, the ideas that you generate. The institutions. Having a building like this and a precinct like this is part of the wealth of this state. The natural capital, and that's a tricky one. Just watch that space, because that's where carbon markets and all those sort of things are going on. There's an agenda out there to capitalise nature, create derivatives, create financial tools. So watch that space. And then net foreign assets. This is the one that is the kick in the guts or the teeth for all of us here. In that, I think there was a study I saw in 2010. They talked about mining revenue generating, roughly figures, $60 billion. And $54 billion was exported in the form of dividends and payments overseas. So that's our asset on the land that we give in trust to our government to manage on our behalf, and our government then licenses corporations, individuals, to extract the value from that resource, distribute it amongst their stakeholders, their shareholders, their supply chain, etc. And in return, you might get 10 cents in the dollar, if you're lucky, 5 cents in the dollar, back to the people. So I'm not advocating, communism, Marxism and all that. I'm just saying peel the onion off your eyes. So that's our wealth in Western Australia. It's a state run by mining and gas companies. So that might be contentious to say that. And they tell us we're the engine room of Australia. Quite possibly. And these companies provide jobs, wealth and a state surplus. With greatest respect to any politicians in the room, I think you got it wrong. And that's hopefully in ideas generation. I don't have the answers, but there is something wrong when you walk down James Street here and you see people living permanently on the sidewalk. So there's something wrong there. And this is an idea to take away, the captured state. Our state is captured by multinational corporations, by individuals. I mean, we all frown and look at third world countries and go, oh, wow, look at they're overthrowing governments. Kevin Rudd, Prime Minister, was overthrown by multinational corporations here in Australia. And we just thought, oh, yeah, that's really unfortunate. Oh, but, let's get on with cappuccino in the morning. So I'll just run through these slides. They're contentious, but they're happening right now. Major companies haven't paid income tax in 7 years. There's some figures here. 138 billion in income, zero income tax, zero state revenue for these sort of participants. We'll keep going. Don't want to... 11 billion in promised taxes from the gas sector gone missing. So these are headlines right now. That's happening right now. Corporate greed destroying our planet. And, okay, destroying our planet. Our answer? Green capitalism. That's the carbon economies. That's the, a lot of the ESG markets, all that sort of stuff. Now, that's all very well, that's fine, but what is the role? So I'm looking at it from an Indigenous person, a First Nations, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander person. What's our position in that? Where do we position ourselves? Where does my family situate itself in this emerging economy? Now, in secret, I can tell my mob, if they come and talk to me and listen, how we can actually position ourselves and ensure that our family's wealth is held, protected, maintained and enhanced. But we can't say that too much in public, but there are mechanisms. And you'll get the hint as I go through the slides. The Belia group of professors, I won't ask you, but I'm pretty sure there might be one or two in the room today. Only this week, in the gas debate. So we're a little bit unique in Western Australia in that we had a government that stood up to the gas companies and said, hey, you guys, you're not going to take all the gas and send it all overseas. We want some to stay here. So that's a bit different to the rest of the country. But then, of course, what's the impact of this gas production, greenhouse gas emissions? And so we're setting ourselves up as a state to being a pariah in greenhouse gas production when there are other mechanisms and other ways we can deal with it. So this is all topical issues going on right now today. And the question is, are we comfortable with this? Some of you recognise. Okay. I was trying to blank out. All right, okay, so there's recognition there. WA Incorporated. So, on a serious note on that, we as Aboriginal people, our cultural heritage, our country, fracking. I mean, fracking. Has anyone ever looked at what fracking does? Ban fracking. Yes, ban fracking. Basically, you destroy your water. For what? Short-term gains. And this whole thing about the collusion between the state and industry couldn't be represented more starkly than in what happened with the Aboriginal cultural heritage, or how cultural heritage is managed. The captured state participates in a process of facilitating development. And then it sells the Kool-Aid, you're all going to get jobs from it. When we and Whadjuk Noongar people first bore the brunt of colonisation here in Western Australia, Governor Hutt, and I think it was in 1831 or something like that, 1829 settled, 1831, let's set aside Rottnest Island as a, now everyone knows it as a prison, but Governor Hutt's comment was, as a training centre. Does that sound familiar? To all you blackfellas, you're getting trained all the time? Does it sound familiar? As a training centre, so that we might train them, the Noongar Whadjuk people, in useful skills so that they may participate in our economy. And of course, the impact of the Rottnest Island prison and all those, you know, I've got my mother's stepfather was one of the prisoners. They were all participating, and they actually underwrote the economic development of this state. The salt farms at Rottnest Island is one of the most critical industries in the very early days of this colony. So we bear the brunt, you know, the full force of this colonisation. And nowhere is it more clear as in this statement. The social and economic interests of the state, and including the social and economic benefit of Aboriginal people. That is the decision the minister makes on whether to destroy an Aboriginal site. And our former Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, it's in the Hansard record, was proud of the fact that the state of Western Australia facilitated the destruction of Aboriginal heritage at a 99.9% success rate for industry. Now, this is highly complex and I won't go into the detail of it, but there is something fishy, something rotten in the state of Western Australia. And Festival of Ideas, go away and look at it. So the two key things, stop drinking Kool-Aid, peel the onion layers from your eyes. Right, so on that note, I'll just go into, just delving down a little bit now into what is wealth in First Nations. I'm proud to come from a hunter-gatherer based economy. In that hunter-gatherer based economy, which is most Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people, but, you know, there are people who live on the coast as well, or rivers, they eat fish. I don't know why, but they eat fish. Some of this mob that eat fish, they got some pretty cool little mechanisms in place. So they built things called fish traps. These fish traps, built maybe 20,000 years ago, continue to generate an economic return 20,000 years later. So, you know, we got this whole thing, the mindset that goes, oh, Aboriginal people are so primitive, they didn't invent the wheel. Hello? What's going to pull the wheel in Australia? A kangaroo? It'd be a bumpy ride. The only thing that would pull a wheel in Australia would be another person, up until the introduction of horses and camels and those sort of magnificent beasts. But we did invent aerodynamic tools and weapons, and we also invested heavily in intellectual cultural property. We had time to spare. Silens, an anthropologist, went into this and basically said hunter-gatherer people are one of the original affluent societies. You get into physical anthropology, all of us here, basically we are built to be hunter-gatherers. That's why the gym junkies go off and drink a lot of protein and work out a lot because we're built to be active. I'm guilty of not doing that, but we're built to be that way as humans. And that's because we are originally hunter-gatherers. Horticulture, farming have transformed landscapes, transformed intact ecosystems, converted it, resulted in desertification, environmental impact. So that's still happening, and it's only recently that we've gone on that journey. Key point there, go away with, in archaeology they say that agriculture was invented in 3 places in the world about 10,000 years ago. I think, I can't remember the Indus, no, the river in India, over in Indus, I think, and then there's the Tigris, Euphrates, there's the other place. What's the third one then? Okay, audience. Where's the third place that agriculture was invented? Very close to here. No. Highlands of Papua New Guinea. Okay? And they're our family. Australia was once one with New Guinea before global warming, so that's another side. We as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we have the histories of global warming, these environmental impacts. We've still got stories up in the north coast going out into the ocean to places in the Arafura Sea. So we were one of the original affluent societies, consuming like 93% protein. And it's not all meat. So back home where I come from, a lot of the meat is in trees, acacia trees and plants like that. So it was all in the seeds as well. And that's why we have grinding stones all over the outback. So coming back to fish traps, applying an economic metric on it, some people organised themselves 10, 15, 20,000 years ago. They built a fish trap. Then they went away and sat under the tree, made paintings, sang songs, made love, etc. Go back, pull the fish out of the water. And then they did that for 20,000 years. So for an engineering feat, I'm no good at maths, but work out the return on investment. ROI, as they say. So they're the sort of things in terms of our customary wealth and our customary capital. They're the things that we already hold. It's just been, we've got onion layers and Kool-Aid. So one of the methodologies is this guy, Kato. He set out a process of saying, okay, how do the trillions of dollars of assets that third world countries and people in third worlds live on, how do you convert that into a comparable wealth structure that the Western world has? And in his book, he goes through this process: discovery, a legal and political strategy, commercial strategy and operational strategy. So here I'm probably doing a bit of discovery, doing a bit of political strategy, so communicating these ideas. We also have a legal strategy in the native title process, and I'm talking to you, Mr. Tucker, in the native title process where you secure recognition of your land and then understand and appreciate and value what it is that you hold, and how do you then articulate and engage, negotiate with the world around you. Onto this slide, just giving you a quick snapshot. So when our mob were off, you do a little bit of work here, maintain a site there, you do a ceremony over there to bring back more plants or animals, then you sit down and you engage in the production of cultural capital. That's what Aboriginal people have been doing for thousands and thousands of years. And part of the production of that cultural capital is defined by these complex social relationships. So we live in a social universe of relationships with each other, relationships with the spirit world, relationships with the land. And we maintain that spiritual relationship. It's their family. So it's a kinship-based understanding of the universe. So Tiokoropa, or dreaming, the spirituality, is the core. That's the thing that wraps around it all. Spirit, in terms of emotional well-being, spiritual, all those sort of things, the spirit, confidence. That's the one thing that, confidence is the thing that really sort of makes a difference in how you interact and engage with the rest of the world. So it's a human thing. There's going to be people out there who are going to undermine your confidence because they have something to gain in you not reaching your full potential. And that's a pretty poor, bad sort of way of running your affairs and living life, but that's what happens. So land is ngorora. Ngapeteka is this process of exchange. This is the core to our economic system. Ngapeteka. Now, a lot of these things get lost in translation when it's translated into English. Kunda is one of those. Kunda, a lot of people, Aboriginal people in the room would know that term as shame. But it's not shame. Kunda is not shame. Kunda is respect. If you have no kunda, then there's shame. If you behave in a way without kunda, there's shame. But it's respect and maintaining respectful relationships. We had one of the oldest, we have one of the oldest mines in Australia, in the world. Some of you might have heard of Wilgie-Mia. It's 20,000 years old. And people still do use products from there for ceremonies. But the process of extraction from there is a balancing act. You give back. And when settlers first arrived there, they found artefacts and all this stuff in Wilgie-Mia that was the replacement, the rebalancing of the relationship of extraction. So Kanyera is keeping, and Nyamiri is that relationships. That's the skin groups, we call it skin groups, but it extends not only from each individual, it can extend into the spiritual world, into the physical world and elsewhere. So that's just a little snapshot. I won't get you to exercise too much thought on that because it's highly complex, but this is the life that we live. This is our cultural inheritance. That's what we bring as part of our customary capital. So just running down now into giving you some little infographics. So Fred Myers is another anthropologist, and he talks about land ownership is not a special kind of property. This is for Aboriginal people. It's not a special set of rights defining relationships to an ecologically necessary living space. Instead, it's one form of objectifying social relationships of a shared identity. So social relationships that we share. And that's something that I got excited once. So I heard this idea of the sharing economy. Anyone heard that? I went, wow, there's a breakthrough. Finally, whitefellas are going to get it. And then you find, sharing economy is Uber. Okay, that's not quite what I thought, what my definition of what a sharing economy was. A sharing economy is one where you basically have structured relationships so that no one goes without. Everyone, everyone has to pull their weight, clearly, but you go through a process of a structured exchange and reciprocity. I give you this, you give that person that, the pay it forward methodology. But it's not paid forward linearly, it's paid around and around and around. And that's what Aboriginal economies are based on. That's why the 100,000 people in 1901 have clawed our way back up to just short of a million, I think, today. But we have survived on drawing on these principles of customary capital to ensure that our families can survive against the marginalisation, the oppression, and all of those institutional structures that repress us. So this is happening right now. This is an interesting slide. It'll give you idea of what happened. Black Australia in 1788 got turned into white Australia in 1965. Stark, in the detail in the black there is all the First Nations and all of that. Chopped up into these little blocks with great imaginative names like Western Australia. Wow, how exciting is that? How inspiring is that name? Western Australia. West of where? Okay. Then come through in 1993, Aboriginal people have been campaigning, land rights, treaty, all these public engagements. And you see land getting returned to Aboriginal people. 2013, with the advent of native title, it's starting to emerge that Aboriginal people are starting to reclaim a lot of these lands. The thing is, what we are doing, and this is the thing that most Australians don't appreciate, they think, oh, that's all the blackfellas stirring up trouble. What we're doing is we're holding your government to account. We're articulating and defining the type of society we want to live in, and we're wearing out our rubber on our boots doing it. And if you're doing a festival of ideas, what are you doing as a citizen of this country to create the type of society you want to live in? Give you a quick hint, some of you might not like this. There's a monarch who's well into her 90s now. She's your boss. You're not citizens, you're all subjects. So at some point we're going to have a conversation about the Australian Republic. What kind of conversation is that? We can't elect Shane Warne. What kind of republic are we going to have? What kind of constitution are we going to have? The rules that set it out. That's a great conversation. That's something, you know, we could start generating. And I would contribute that working with these guys, see the grey and all of that. Basically, Aboriginal people are reclaiming and taking back. So we either own, manage, or have a say over 80 to 90% of Australia today. And we're doing that as our custodianship, as part of these protocols. But at some point, we're going to have a conversation about the new Australian Republic. How does the settler state work with the First Nations? That may be another disrupted festival idea. But anyway, so that's just giving you a snapshot of what's going on. There are some people, and I'll do a shout out to the Budimaya people in Western Australia, who were quite unfortunate in having their native title claim for determination. The determination said that native title does not exist. The key here is they are still Budimaya people. They still hold their customary capital, their sovereignty, their identity to their country. All that's happened is white Australia says, oh no, Budimaya, we don't recognise you. That's all that's happened. And then the question is, what are you as white Australians, do you support that? Do you support the fact that your government, your legal institutions, all of those things that are part of your wealth, support this narrative that Budimaya people do not have a connection to their country? That's just an idea to chuck out there. Budimaya people, for those who don't know, live up in the Midwest, Mount Magnet, that part of the world, Lake Moore, that part of the world. And presumptuous of me to speak for them, but I thought, given I've got a stage and native title does not exist, I'll just chuck it in there. So how do we compare? Coming back to that idea of the forms of capital. There is as native title holders build up their social infrastructure, we're starting to design these matrices, sustainability frameworks. So in a native title determination, so this is the thing, this is what Aboriginal people are saying to the state government and to the people of Western Australia. We can work in partnership with you. We're the front line. We're at the point at which government No, industry is taking our land and government is taking our land and giving it to industry. We can have agreements to keep that wealth back on country. And that's what we're doing. We're actually, a lot of the employment arrangements means that our people are employed, they're generating money that they then spend at the local shops. So there needs to be a maturity in the conversation with industry, with government, and with native title holders and the people of Western Australia on how do we position ourselves and define ourselves in relation to the world. So that's just a table showing, if you can start, and I won't go into it, but if you can start looking at the ways in which we manage and handle these forms of capital in our interactions. So that's, a little bit of complex sort of stuff that we're working with at the moment, but it's keep an eye on the Goldfields region as we get our native title determinations settled. There's going to be some interesting relationships formed out there. So exciting or interesting times ahead, so borrowing on the Chinese phrase of may you live in interesting times. And we are the state of excitement, apparently. I don't know whether we're in the state of excitement or we are. But there are things that are going on. Climate change, financial sector expectations, ESG, that's the environment, social, governance structures, which are basically, this is a runaway train. The financial boys are actually running in and trying to define what that means. It's up to civil society, it's up to people who are interested to get out there and determine what the definitions are and how does that translate into practical implications for all of us in the society that we want to live in. So there are new social, political and economic relationships. I mean, windmills are popping up everywhere, for instance. One of my old aunties said, we're going to be like Holland. We're going to have windmills everywhere. And mustn't lose sight of, the things like closing the gap, the Millennium Development Goals, those sort of things. How does the extraction of wealth from Western Australia result in meeting and satisfying and looking after the people? Because that's what we do. We give the miners, we give the resource developers basically a sacred privilege of generating wealth from the resources in the land. They'll give you 1 cent in the dollar through a foundation to invest in maybe, I don't know, any miners sponsoring this event? I'm not sure. But they'll do that. And they'll give some people some jobs and some training, but they're going to automate that soon. So, there's a whole discussion that needs to happen in the world. And one of the fundamental ways in which you guide that is just take that little image back. Equality versus equity. You can create equality, but as you can see with that image, you won't be able to enjoy it. But if you come from the view of equity, everyone gets an opportunity. Everybody gets included, everyone has an opportunity to be included, and we recognise that there is diversity. So the call to action, we need a new narrative, tell stories, understand history. That's where we're at the moment. Hopefully I've inspired, or you can be inspired. One of the things I love doing, follow the money trail. Money never lies, just everybody around it lies. And they will tell you the story they want you to know, but if you follow the money trail, you'll find the truth. The connections, connecting with spirit, connecting with sustainability aspirations, connecting with people, to build and enhance these connections. Defend it. So as native title holders, we are defending our country. But we're doing it alone at the moment because everyone else thinks we're greedy and we're trying to grab all the wealth and resources that they think they benefit from. So there's an opportunity to connect with custodians and take that idea of protecting our wealth. Apparently there was opportunity for questions, but or have I gone over? Yep.
Very inspirational, Kato, and it's interesting, you know, what you're saying, that, you know, the economy of our country has to respect our Aboriginality. But what I want to ask you is, the Australian identity is one thing that it's starting to grapple with, and our heritage is on the other side of that. When does those two connect about looking after this country? And how can we make sure that it stays in that sort of philosophy that the Australian identity connects with our heritage, so that we can, you know, look after this country together? You ever thought about that?
Good question. So when do we get to that point? And I would say we are on that journey. We're getting there. So we're having welcomes to country. We're having these performances. We're having that opportunity to participate. I think we just got to start thinking a little bit deeper and bring some intellectual capital. So think about these ideas of capital. What's the capital you bring into it? But where do you want to go also? So do we want a segregated society? Do we want an inclusive society? Do we want to celebrate diversity? Do we want to make everyone look the same, feel the same, be the same? So they're all the big questions. And, you know, there are people out there actively trying to set that agenda, but it's up to people to actually respond and, yeah, do something about it.
Yeah, I just found it interesting when you're talking about the natural history and the mines and that sort of thing. Is that, you know, just got me thinking about how in France the Notre Dame cathedral burnt down, and it was, I mean, they could actually replace that. But what we don't actually realise is that we've got all this natural history in Australia, and when that was blowing up, you know, we can't just recreate that same natural history again. And yet when a cathedral, France, gets burnt down, oh no, there's a big, you know, everyone's jumping up and down about it and fundraising to get that restored. And we've got so much great history in Australia, but because it's natural history, doesn't seem to be as much importance placed on that.
No, that's absolutely the point. There's this whole discussion around intangible and tangible heritage. And so that's one level. The other level is heritage is being run in a development approvals process. So that's our interaction with it, because it's all about, heritage is an impediment to development. We want to be able to extract these resources. Whereas we should be, let's celebrate that heritage. Let's look at the fact that Juukan caves, 40,000 years old, I think it was 4,000 years worth of direct connection to the current traditional owners in the DNA. 4,000 years ago, you know, that's when they were building pyramids. So we were engaged, all this culture that we hold in Australia come from way, way, way before, and it continues to be relevant and part of the life of people today. So that's the thing. If you want to disrupt, flip it on its head, let's start celebrating Aboriginal culture, take it out of the development approvals process, invest in our songlines, invest in our stories, invest in the opportunity to come together to actually participate in the cultural capital and the knowledge creation that we engage in. There are ways in which we did it traditionally, and that's what needs to be supported, is Aboriginal people, Aboriginal elders supported to pass on their knowledge in their way and to who they determine. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you, Kato. lovely stuff. The slide that I loved up there, or the bit I liked out of the last one, was the connect and sustainability stuff. And sustainability to me is livability. And that's what blackfellas always had. So how do we compare the differences between whitefella sustainability and maybe real sustainability, which seem to focus around the difference between culture and economy to me?
Yeah, was it you just said that it's about living? You know, it's how do you actually live? And how do you actually follow the money? That's what it's all about. When you start following the money, you'll see that there's someone out there who's going to benefit from undermining the value, or you know, what you have. So there's no easy answer to it, but if you just follow that money trail to see who's actually benefiting through it, and how can you actually make sure that the benefit is distributed properly to everyone who should share in it. So access and benefit sharing, which, you know, they sound like United Nations principles, because they are, but we don't actually practice it, the access and the benefit sharing.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you for speaking truth to power. It's always lovely to hear that. And I wondered if you're familiar with David Graebener and David Wengrow's new book called The Dawn of Everything, which is terribly relevant to the dominant narrative being destroyed and replaced by a better one. In other words, they're archaeologists and anthropologists who show that the origin stories, which are still dominant here, you know, the stupid savage, shall we say, and all that ramifications from that, are questioned by recent anthropological research, which shows that our ancestors were smart and intelligent in some of the ways in which you indicated for Aboriginal people. But across the world for thousands of years, they have been smart, intelligent, wise, imaginative. So getting rid of that thought might help to change the dominant narrative which we're still imprisoned with.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I'll take that as a comment. Yeah.
Hi, Kato. Some of the stuff that you've talked about today has been really important conceptually in how we get guided through this whole transition that we need to get through in so many different ways. And I wonder how you go getting a hearing at a state government or a federal government level on a regular basis.
I mean, you've got to look at it as their parties. So basically, without giving away strategies and stuff like that, but you look at what the pressure points are. And one of the big pressure points at the moment is the guys who are making money are realising that if the products that are being produced are done unethically or unsustainably, people are not going to buy it. And so the conversation, the role of government often is to come along and regulate it, create a safe space, but it's really for us as people to go about and engaging in our activities and you know, creating the society that we want to live in. So that's the other thing, the other message go home with, is government is not the answer. It's the imagination and the inspiration of people to actually engage and work together to create things, and then we can go to government and say, hey, look, this is what we've worked out. We expect you as our representative. That's the other thing, they're our representatives. So they work for us. And so, yeah, so there are techniques and methods, but it's really about that. You know, it's about us getting together and becoming activated and engaged and be creative. Yeah, so thank you. There's one down here.
Kato, how do you stop people making money out of other people and using them as a resource, even in the name of greenwashing?
Oh my goodness. I think that the answer is people need to peel those onion layers off. That's what it boils down to, because, and you know, if you smell a rat, it probably is a rat. And then, of course, how do you respond to that? And that's, I suppose that's the, let's take it back to our position as Aboriginal people, native title holders. The wet ink on a piece of paper, you may end up with a signature. How much is that signature worth in transactions down the value chain? And that's the thing that people need to be aware of. Don't sign anything until you've satisfied yourself that you know or understand what's going on. And it's also your, and I'm talking to the Aboriginal people in the audience, but your advisors, you need to get your advisors educated so that they can give you the best advice. So yeah, it's complex, but somebody's going to want to make money out of somebody somewhere for whatever, yeah.
Hi, Kato. You talked about the native title determinations, that there's more and more of them around Australia. I was wondering if you think that the native title system and the agreement making that triggers, if that's one of the key means to going forward and kind of realising these benefits you're talking about.
Yeah. No, well, first of all, I'm not deluded. So I know that the Native Title Act is simply a risk management mechanism for the state to manage risk for the corporates, the resource developers. And that's what they're doing. They're setting up a framework to manage that risk so that they can continue to take our land away and give it to someone else. In that transaction and in that exchange, we claw back as much as we can in terms of benefits, conditions, and addressing basic bottom line stuff that's never been addressed by government. So there's some people, they're funding dialysis, they're funding health, they're funding education, they're funding housing, which seems to me to be, there's entire ministries developed to, set up to do these things. But there are Aboriginal native title holders who are actually saying, we want to look after our people, and in this transaction, this exchange, this is where we will invest our money. What we've got to do, though, is leverage that and say, OK, we'll come back and negotiate with the government and say, OK, we're investing here, what are you going to do? Because at the moment, every year, you get a closing the gap report, you get a reconciliation report. Little steps, but it's often, by the time you move that far, the issue's grown that much bigger. Yeah. I don't know if that helps, but yeah. Okay, so that's getting a... Have you got a helicopter for me? Oh, cool. I'm going to go and catch a helicopter, folks. All right, thank you. That's right. Thank you.
For those who do have more, obviously we're out of time, but Kato does have a podcast where he does share a lot of his stories. It's called My Culture Story, and you can find it at myculturestory.com.au. Thank you so much, Kato, for sharing so much wisdom and so much to think about. Up next, folks, in the theatre, of course, we have the Code Kraken, the Noongar place names with Len Collard and Jerry Hayden, and that starts at about 11:30 from till 12:30. So if you want to make your way over there, and then here in the Dolphin Lounge, Discovery Lounge. Sorry, I had a flashback to being a lounge singer once upon a time. Okay, here in the Discovery Lounge is Who Run the World. Who stands in the way of gender equity, which is a panel discussion. So please, folks, make your way to whichever talk you are ready to head to. And of course, we have the Boffin bookstore on the ground floor, just near the info desk. If you have any questions to the programming of today and the rest of the festival, please head on over to there. Thanks very much.
Okay, they want the lectern on stage left.
Welcome to the next session here in the Discovery Lounge. It is entitled, Who Run the World? What stands in the way of gender equity? Back in 2006, Australia stood 15th in the World Economic Forum's Gender Gap Report, which ranks countries based on gender equality. By 2021, we slipped all the way down to 50th. Join us for a provocative discussion on what it'll take to reach gender parity in the next 30 years. Please join us in welcoming our panellists, Romula Bucks, Sukhjit Kaur Khalsa, Linda Savage, Jess Smith, and our facilitator, Alfred-Saggar.
Hiya, Wanju. Good morning, welcome. My name is Alfred-Saggar. I'm really pleased to be here. If you don't know me, can't really recognise the faces out there with the lights on us. I'm the director of the University of Western Australia's Public Policy Institute. To give us a little shout out for a moment, we're established in 2018-2019 for the express purpose to make sure that our research is used by real people, real institutions to improve real lives. I could go on all day, but I think you probably get the gist of what it is there. Universities have got to spend a lot of time and a lot of attention making sure the research has a public benefit. In 1913, UWA was established, and it says in the statute in WA, in order to improve the welfare of the people of the state. And I like to think that the work we're doing in our institute, alongside our professors, alongside practitioners in different parts of industry, is part and parcel of UWA having that community-oriented mission. So I'm very glad to be here this morning. Can I also, just before we get stuck into gender equity and what still needs to be done, say a little bit about what I think would be the scene setting for this. You haven't really come here to hear from me. We've got a distinguished panel who will be getting stuck into this. But it's probably worthwhile, just if you're not familiar, thinking about the fact that as recently as 2006, the World Economic Forum, in its Gender Gap Report, reported that Australia was 15th in a league table for gender equity. This basket of different indicators try to measure whether or not life in the societies of all these different countries is fair for women, gender equity, in fact, gender parity. The bad news is, in 2006, we were 15th. The even worse news is, as recently as 2021, Australia had gone down that league table to be 50th. That doesn't happen by accident. It suggests that a generation has passed in which gender equity, gender fairness hasn't been at the front of our minds, never mind what it is that governments, businesses, and others have been doing. Fun fact, so to speak, there are about 20% of CEOs and company chairs in the Australian 200 stock exchange, and 20% of them are women, the chairs and CEOs. You can think that's a high number or low number, depends on where it was in the past. The trouble is, if you compare that with the number of individuals who are CEOs or company chairs by the name of Andrew, you'll discover that you're 27 times more likely to be in that occupation, in that role, than if you're a woman. Surprising. And for women in the labour market up and down Australia who are actually working, it looks like your annual pay gap, the disparity, continues to be something like $25,000 per year less than your male counterparts. It's a lot of money. It's also worth remembering that although that's a headline number, what researchers and others do is they try to peel away from that and they have a little look at, is that down to men and women in the same job, or is it down to other factors? So what we do is we control for that. We adjust for the fact that men and women often aren't in the same jobs. Caring industries and so on are very, very heavily skewed towards women, other industries towards men. It also takes account of the fact that a fair number of women spend time out of the labour market, raising kids and so on and so forth. So when you adjust for that, the bad news is, the good news is that $25,000 per year goes down. The bad news is it only goes down to about half of that. It should go down to zero if we take into account of all of those things. So there's plenty of work to get stuck into. These are just sort of headlines to get us in the frame thinking about gender equity if you need that. I'm delighted to be able to chair a panel this morning and share the insights and expertise of 4 very remarkable women who either work with or know the institute that I lead. And they are, and we'll introduce them a bit more in detail, Professor Romola Bucks, who is sat right behind me here, so I'm probably slightly in your way. Romola is a Pro-Vice Chancellor for Health and Medical Research at the university, and she has a distinguished career in neuroscience, including, most recently, heading up the School of Psychological Science. So she'll talk a little bit about that, and perhaps the HE and the knowledge sector. We've also got Sukhjit Kaur Khalsa, who is there, middle of the panel there. You'll know her from many things that have appeared in sort of mainstream media, including the Fully Seek production. She's a performer and filmmaker, and she's got some very unique stories to tell about the creative industries, not just based upon specifically what she's done. Moving along, we've got Linda Savage, who is sat here. Linda is a former Member of Parliament. She's been dealing with issues of gender equity in the state for some time, and we'll come back to that in a second. And I'm very pleased that she's also a member of the advisory board of the Public Policy Institute. And last but not least, we have Jess over there, Jessica Smith in the yellow. Jess is a co-founder of something called, an organisation called She Runs. She Runs, 2 separate words. You may not have heard of it, you may have. If you haven't, take time to look at what they do. They translate the political aspirations of young women who want to go into politics into practical action. A formal training program, amongst other things, is the things that they deliver, and they have a huge impact upon ensuring that women have the skills to at least match and therefore exceed the outcomes of their male counterparts. So with that all in mind, I'm going to take my seat over here, and we're going to sort of move into this discussion. Let me begin. I'm going to turn to Linda, sat right to my right here. Linda, you were involved in a 1994 report that was established here in WA, dealing with gender equity. I wonder if you could just share with the panel some of the sort of headlines about what that was about, what you got into, and what the lessons have been a generation down the line.
Well, thank you, Shamit. Yes, I was a member of the task force, and this is the report that we produced in 1994, examining gender bias in the law and in the administration of justice. At the time, I remember people said that the task force was not necessary, that women now in 1994 could do whatever they wanted. Some people were openly dismissive, and there are plenty of women who did not want to be associated with us. Some argued that change was underway. We just need to be patient. Yet still, we're talking about many of the same issues and looking for solutions. I think Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins have really focused us on the need to question why, despite aspirational statements, reports like this over 30 years ago, recommendations, legislative reform and activism, we still have not brought about the change that we need to, and why another generation of those women are left to do so much of the heavy lifting. So I would suggest that there's 3 overarching reasons why we haven't seen the progress in some areas that we had hoped for. The first is that I think that still there's many people who don't understand or accept gender bias. And what I mean by that is the shorthand that we use to describe a world that favours men and is seen through their eyes, and which is baked into attitudes, policies and institutions. And there are still plenty of people, I think, who don't really accept it. And I include amongst that high-profile women, some of whom only discover it when their own careers are at risk. The second reason I would say is that women, as we were told in 1994 and today still, are told that they need to be patient, and they accept that. So I'm going to tell you a little story about patience. When I was 22, my first proper job was as a researcher and speechwriter for Senator Ruth Coleman. She was only the 8th woman in the Senate. So this was in the 1980s, and so I saw firsthand how the federal parliament operated, where women fitted in, how they were on the edges and had little or no influence and were like outsiders. A decade ago, as Shamit mentioned, I was a member of the State Parliament in Western Australia. Now, obviously, there were far more women and there had been a lot of change, but it was still a real shock for me, coming from the legal sector, to see how out of step the Parliament and political parties were with gender bias and sexism and the acceptance that these were issues that we still need to actively deal with. At the time, I raised it with people and I tried to get a cross-political parties group of women meeting regularly, but there was very little interest in that. And of course, as you know, last year, Kate Jenkins handed down her report following the Brittany Higgins revelations, calling for fundamental change in the Parliament and its culture. So women had been patient, but I understand now why women are not patient. And the third reason is what I would call an over-reliance on trickle-down feminism. Many women once believed, I was one of them, that the more women that were appointed to positions of power and influence, the more quickly we would bring about change. Now, that's happened to an extent, and I certainly think women should be able to hold and aspire to all the most senior positions and positions they were excluded from. But it has not brought about the pace of change that we hoped for. And so I think now is the time to refocus from the bottom up. And what I mean by that is to push change at the more, at a greater level by raising up those women who are on low incomes, the women mainly who are caring for children who are receiving social security payments, an area of law I'm very familiar with, and who have the responsibility for caring for children. Because once we raise them up with financial security and opportunity, they will themselves be able to leave situations of domestic violence and take up educational opportunities and be part of a real wave of change.
Thank you, Linda. We're going to come back to that in a short while. I want to switch now to my colleague, Sukhjit. Sukhjit, you've had quite a lot of exposure, a lot of success in the creative industry of late, become a bit of a household name in Australia, which is great. I wonder if you could do two things for us. One is tell a little bit about your story, your experiences when you've gone through that, what that was telling you about gender equity for yourself and other people like you. And at the same time, talk a little bit about whether or not, on the one hand, there have been sort of progress with gender equity for women as a whole, but for subgroups not necessarily to the same extent.
Absolutely. I think that until we as women, as trans people, women with disabilities from least privileged classes, from different racial backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, different minority groups all around Australia, all around the world, until we all feel equal and we've got gender equity within that, I don't think there's anything to celebrate about. I think that it's really common, and I grew up in Perth, went to UWA, did a political science degree, wanted to become a politician. I too myself have been internalized a lot of whiteness around me, and I used to believe those things too. I used to think white feminism was for me. I used to see myself as someone who was included into that. It was only until I started, reflecting back now and realising there were lots of moments that I wasn't included in that conversation. I work in the arts, so, films and theatre shows and visual arts, whatever art form that is that you're into. When you look out into the stories that are being told in Australia, and you don't see yourself in them in terms of representation, but if you do see yourself, as an Indian woman or a South Asian woman or a woman of colour, it's still a stereotype, which I feel is quite victimising, and it's not empowering. So either there's stories of South Asia that there's a white saviour complex that comes into play, or there's, we hear a lot about domestic violence and sexual violence and gang rapes in India, and we see, you know, a lot of horrible practices in Australia as well. And I think that I get really defensive about that stuff because I think it's a human issue, and sometimes you can be typecasted into being a stereotype. And in my career, for example, my partner's here today, and just to break it down for you, when I go for a meeting, or if I have something that is confronting to discuss in my world, in whatever I do, I sometimes have to take my male partner, and they end up looking at him the whole time but speaking to me, because I feel like there's still within a very inclusive and awesome industry, there's a lot of issues going on. And I feel like lately, you know, we were speaking earlier, you were saying, you know, someone asked you something about International Women's Day and you were like, nah, I'm frustrated and I'm not feeling patient and I'm feeling pretty shitty about life, and that's where I'm at. I think that's where I'm at right now, because, you know, how is that empowering? And I think, you know, when we hear of Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins, of course I'm going to support that. Of course I'm going to be like, yes. But at the same time, there's a thought at the back of my mind that wonders if they were from a different race, if they were from a different culture, if they're from a different class, even the Me Too movement we were speaking about earlier, would we take them as seriously as we do with white women? And also straight white women and straight white women from privileged backgrounds. Like, I think that's something that we shouldn't be afraid to confront. It's not a bad thing. It's not about, you know, people freak out and they're like, oh my God, if we talk about this, that means I'm a bad person. No, no one wants to be a bad person. That's not what we're trying to do. It's more just about how can we get the sisterhood involved. And actually, I feel like true equality, like when I feel good in a team is when we're all feeling included. And when people call me out on stuff and they're like, that wasn't cool, you used a word that wasn't cool, or, you know, you did this and it didn't make me feel included. I don't want to go, oh, you know, fuck you. I want to go, no, I'm going to reflect on that. And I'm actually going to like think about how I can be a better person. So that's where I'm at right now in terms of both those questions. And progress, of course progress is being made, you know. We can look at things, I'm quite pessimistic right now and cynical, but I do also see beautiful, amazing things, you know, on my news feed that get me excited, that get me inspired again and make me realise that things are getting better. You know, the generation, I'm a millennial, so the generation under me, I've been working with some people in some film projects, and it's really beautiful to, some of the questions I'll ask older women, some of the questions I'll ask people my own age, and some questions I'll ask younger women, and it does feel like it's heading towards a more progressive and a more, you know, no shit attitude. Like, I think, and we shouldn't be afraid of that beautiful sentiment that's around right now, which is calling out things, which is being intolerant, being angry. It's okay to be angry, and, you know, stop being afraid of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So Jess, on politics, I mean, you founded She Runs. I think the audience would like to know why, what's that all about? A little bit around the perspectives of women who go through that program. But actually, I think more than anything else is that through that pipeline, you're looking certainly at federal politics, which for the last recent past has not been an attractive place for women to make their mark. Do you want to just comment a little bit about all those things?
Yeah, so my friend Martina and I founded She Runs at the end of 2019, and Martina has a background in campaigning, anti-tobacco campaigning and anti-slavery campaigning, myself in the trade union movement for the past decade. And something happened where we'd been talking about it for 10 years really, starting an organisation but didn't because we thought that we lacked the skill. And I'm like, hello now. And then what we see in our own program, and why we started that is because we saw so many women wanting to take that step into politics, but there was such a gap between becoming a card-carrying member of a political party and then starting a political career, and that's why we formed She Runs. And in the process of that, we've had around 40 women graduate through the program of She Runs, or 40 participants graduate throughout that program. And the biggest thing, one of the biggest barriers for women not wanting to enter politics is because they think they don't have the skills to run. And if you just stop there and pause, a man would never say that, or someone who a man would never say that. Though what we always say is that we're not, in She Runs, we're not going to give you the skills to be a politician because we believe that you already have the skills, but what we will do is to create the network so you can get your foot in the door into politics. And that has been one of the biggest barriers, is having those networks for women to enter politics. Also as well, the lack of diversity within politics as well, especially for young women who've come through the program. And also as well, the code of conduct that we see in the political sphere at the moment. Women don't want to enter politics because they don't want to enter into that. So that fundamentally needs to change. And just, touching on what some of the other panellists have said already, it's fantastic that, we've got Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins making those changes. Though if those actions, if that assault, if that sexual violence did happen to women of colour, women of diverse backgrounds, women of different sexual orientations, would they have been taken seriously? And that's a big question that we need to ask ourselves as well as a society, because I actually don't think that they would, because that stuff happens every single day, and we have an opportunity to change that and make sure that that is changed for good. And one of the other barriers that women face when they do enter politics, and what stops women from entering, is also the barrage they'll face with the media as well. It's, even though we do live in a modern society, I'm, afraid to say that the media doesn't take women seriously like they do their male counterparts, and that's been a big barrier as well that we've come across in the program.
Okay. We're going to come back to that now. Romola, you are in the same industry as I am, universities. In your field, in psychology, there are more women at undergraduate level, young women who go in, than their male counterparts. That's actually true of a lot of other disciplines, but certainly in your field. But also you look at the workforce as well. I mean, one thing, I'm guessing with the kind of same time we went into higher education, it's become very, very feminized as an industry. It's very, very common to see now women climbing the ladder, the academic ladder. And yet you see at the top, of course, and you know where I'm going to go with this, the top, it's different. It's an inverted it's a funnel. And so what are your thoughts about that? I mean, you look at leadership, not just of your university mind, but more generally, when you see that depletion of women, they're going up the ranks, all the way up to senior management and the very top.
Thank you, Shamit. So you're absolutely right that that women outnumber men. And as you said, the discipline of psychology particularly so, about 70% of women across students and academics. So 70% of women in academics are, 70% of academic and student are women. When you get out into practicing psychology, so you're talking about clinical occupational psychologists, it's 80%. Yet in both academic and practice settings, men dominate. Particularly in senior positions. And the higher up you go, so whether you're a head of a department or a director, you're more likely to be a man. So let me give you an example of that from my own experience. In 2017, I became the first female, and in fact, currently the only female head of school, of the discipline of psychology at UWA in its 100-year history.
Really? Okay.
In a discipline that's 70% women. It's still kind of an extraordinary thing to me, and it was extraordinary because people will come up and say, it's extraordinary that, we finally had a woman head of school, and I was going, don't you think it's extraordinary that you think it's extraordinary? Really? And if you look at universities as a whole, you'll see that this isn't just a problem for psychology, it's writ larger in psychology because of the numbers. Women make up nearly 58% of the university workforce. But they're predominantly in professional non-academic roles and predominantly in non-managerial professional non-academic roles. So 87% of people in universities are in professional roles, mostly women. They're also more likely to be in precarious or casual positions. Before COVID, when many, many more women who were in precarious or casual positions lost their jobs, about 59%, 3/5 of all casual employees were women. Part-time, fractional, fixed term. So we've got a big imbalance. We've got more women than men. We've got more women in casual positions. But even in the positions that are tenured, the higher up the greasy pole you go, the bluer it gets, the less pink it gets. So at the lower levels, academic levels, the lecturer levels, women outnumber men. As soon as you get to senior levels, so associate professor, I'm professor, as I said, in fact, I'm the only one in my school. Did I say that? The only female professor in my school. 70% women. It swaps, so now you've got 90% more men than women in those senior roles. And if you go up even higher, it gets even worse. So there are 3 in 10 vice-chancellors of public universities in Australia who are women. And what's really intriguing about this, and I resonate to the comment you're making about, I'm tired, I don't want to wait, it's too slow, is that in 2020, 15 of Australia's 37 vice-chancellors changed over. What an opportunity in 2020 to increase the number of women. Do you think we did?
You went down.
Nah, we didn't. It got worse. 15! 15! Oh my God. Nearly half of them, and we couldn't manage to raise the number of women vice-chancellors of Australian universities. How can we not accept that gender bias is a real thing? How can we in 1994 think that there's no problem? And it's 2022 and we still can't fix it. So what that means is that despite the enormous privilege that people in universities have, I am white, I'm educated, I'm incredibly privileged. Despite that privilege, it's still harder for women to progress into leadership and senior positions. As I said, I'm one professor who's a woman in my school. So for me, it's been a really, I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm angry and I'm fed up. And you can probably tell I'm from the UK. And when I arrived, I wondered whether it would be different in Australia and in the UK. It is a bit different. Can I say this? It felt like I was going back in time.
You're going anyhow, so.
When I arrived in Australia, it felt like it was a time warp. It felt like we have the same problem of the same substantive problem of it's harder to get advancement and to become a senior or a leader in the UK. But my experience is that the gender bias in Australia, and particularly in Western Australia, is so much more overt. Really much more overt. I've lost count of the number of times I was kind of told to tone myself down. My leadership style was, I was ruffling feathers. God, I love ruffling feathers. I've been asked to be on a committee because, and I quote, we need a woman. Is this what makes me eligible for that committee? I don't know. When I became head of school, some really well-meaning people said, you know, it's about time we need a woman. And I said, would any woman do? Or a particular woman? And it's still the case in academia, in what you think would be a more enlightened setting, that women are talked over constantly in meetings. In fact, even when I've been chairing the meeting, I get talked over. I'm not quiet. How is it possible that their ideas are not heard until they're repeated by a man? We're still doing this. And last month, I attended a conference with they were both all-male panels and panels with 1 woman and 6 men, 2022. So I actually feel that Australian university culture and practice privileges men's careers still and holds back women's advancement, I'm sorry to say. And if I can come back to my experience as being head of school, when I took on the role, I thought to myself, look, here's my chance, right? I've been chafing against this. I'm now in a position to do something about this, to change things, maybe to give opportunities to immensely capable women who've been passed over historically. So I took some of the more demanding service roles off them because women get a lot of service, admin, pastoral care, which weighs them down. I passed them on to men who didn't like me for it. And then I appointed those women to leadership roles. And do you know what happened? I encountered 2 major sources of resistance. One was from men who questioned my judgment, but only about the leadership positions I'd offered to women, not about the ones I'd offered to men. And when I pointed that out to them, they went, really? And the other one was from the women themselves, who said, are you sure? So as Jess said, it wasn't that they weren't competent, it was that they didn't believe they were competent, because after many, many years of being passed over for opportunities you're quite capable of, you internalise it. So if you're going to ask me, which you haven't yet, but I want to talk about it, what stands in the way of gender equity? My answer is we do. We all do, men and women. And everything I've talked about, all of these problems were amplified during COVID. Gender inequalities became even worse. You know, childcare centres closed, children were kept to school. Who carried the burden of care for that? It was women. And that's had greater impact on women's opportunities for promotion and leadership and so on. And I also want to come back to, just before I finish, the comment about trickle-down feminism. One of the things I noticed was that when I was made head of school, people went, the problem is solved. We've had a woman head of school, it's all right now. It's not fixed. And unless we're constantly vigilant, unless we're constantly calling out gender bias, which is so tiresome, unless we fight against all male panels or manels, unless we ensure that women are represented as candidates for jobs, that they're considered fairly in relation to promotions. I've been on promotions committees lately, and I've had to fight about relative to opportunity judgments. If we relax for 1 minute, 1 second, we slip back to the status quo, and the status quo is white and male. And I'm so tired of fighting this, and I'm so tired of having to ask the questions and be the thorn, the sticky wheel. Everyone needs to carry responsibility for the fight, but I want to see men carry it more.
Thank you, Romola. We're going to open it up to questions in a second, okay? But I just want to pin the panel down for a second on, I think, a thread that runs across the points. And I'm going to start, Jess, with you on this. I mean, you've got future women, political careers, political leaders, you know, and relating to the other points made by the panellists. One of the things we're interested in is what works. What are the measures that you take, not just in your programme, but the political parties, the media, Parliament, state and federal, all these institutions, all these individuals, what are the things that you think make a difference or you want more of?
Yeah.
Because I think it's quite important to talk about, you know, what it is that's going to make a difference.
Yeah, the biggest thing that we've seen, and it sounds quite basic, but when women have come through our program and they've left the program, if they've been able to, first of all, they have a network of the women they've graduated with, which is the biggest, I guess, biggest proponent for them going forward in politics. But also if they're able to gain a mentor within the political sphere, what we've seen, that's someone alongside them encouraging them to take those steps further. What we've seen of women who've come through the program, they've been able to get a mentor or to get politicians taking them under their wing. That's helped them go forward in their political walk or political journey, I should say. Also as well, when we've had politicians come and do the program and met the graduates or met the participants, that again has put that we need more women in politics in the forefront of their mind, because yes, that's their lived experience being a politician, whether they identify as male or female, though they forget that when they're out there every day doing the work that they're doing. So that's really important as well. The one thing I would say that's still the barrier, and still it hasn't changed yet, is the code of conduct. So that's a massive blockage for why women won't enter politics. And even though we've seen some movement in that, it hasn't been enough. So there's still a lot of work there that needs to be done. So I can't say that we've solved it, because we haven't. That's why we have this panel here today. But there is progress being made there. But I would say, again, if you don't have anyone walking alongside you with your political journey, it gets very dark and very lonely. And you can't navigate politics if you don't have a roadmap or if you don't know who you should be connected with or anything like that. So very basic, like if you'd be working, you know, as professors in academia, having people that can mentor you and guide you is really important.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Sujit, one of the things you were telling me about previously is the problem of being typecast. So on the one hand, the creative and entertainment industry has got a huge number of vacancies and demand for people of colour and women of colour, but that's kind of it, okay, which is they want people in that very narrow sort of sense. Can you talk a little bit about what that problem is and what can be done about it for the panel?
Absolutely. It's very similar. When you were speaking about the academic world, it's not a world that I'm in, but it's just so many similarities across industries. Sure, you can have as many numbers of actors and faces and dancers and, you know, just standing there saying the lines, but that's not going to make a difference until the people at the top, the writers, the producers, the directors, people who hold the money and the greatest power in the industry, until those people have, you know, representation of women and women of colour, people with lived experiences of all these issues that we like to say we're comfortable talking about. But I think I think people are actually quite threatened as well. I think that even with the issues you're talking about, I think that the accountability of your code of conduct is so important. And I feel like in my world, accountability of giving people the ability to tell their own stories. You know, how long does it have to take before, you know, someone can actually let me tell my own script and also get paid for it? Like, I think, you know, also the arts. I mean, there's so many layers to what's going on in my life. Obviously, like, there's lots of arts issues going on as a global country. You were saying when you came from the UK and you looked at Australia, we have a very masculine culture. You know, and I freak out around that. Like as a kid, I thought it was okay. I just freak out and I didn't know what it was. And now as an adult, I'm like, oh my God, that's what that is. You know, last night going out, just walking around like the city and going out for a dinner and a whatever, hang out. I just get so confronted by these flocks of guys, and it has to be this macho, like the boys, has to be this like, yeah, look at me. And I'm like, hang on, wouldn't feminism also benefit you? Like, I've seen it firsthand. We've seen documentaries from 10 years ago, like, where we talk about how feminism can help men as well in this fight that they're going through. But unfortunately, I think that people don't see the benefit. They go, oh, well, what's in it for me? I might lose something. We see this between race and gender. It's this fear of losing something, losing power, losing money, losing agency. But once again, you know, progress can't be made until everyone's kind of got a bit of that. And I think there's plenty to go around. Do you think there's enough to go around? We live in such a bloody amazing country that's so, like, I don't know, prosperous and rich and fair go, but I don't know if that's really happening. I think it's just a narrative that we like to tell ourselves so we don't feel bad at night. Yeah. Didn't even answer the question. I don't know what the question was.
That's okay. I've forgotten as well.
Yeah.
So Linda, I want to finish where we started.
It's good.
In '94, this report was published. I think you've got a copy, you're going to wave it around.
Yeah, I've got a copy.
Earlier this week, Linda published an opinion piece in the West talking a bit about that and so on. But the question I want to go back to is that it clearly had all these recommendations, which you'll be familiar with. And looking back, do you have a sense of, not so much did that one work, did this one work? I mean, but was the approach the right one? Should we be relying upon the next task force to do the heavy lifting? What are your reflections about what can be done if we're going to put energy in this space in the future?
Well, I probably think we've got enough reports and recommendations and aspirational statements. I don't think that's our problem. I think as I said earlier, I don't think that gender bias is understood and accepted the way it needs to be. We're talking about, with gender bias, attitudes that go back centuries. I mean, I was just reminded of this. I was watching a program 2 or 3 weeks ago about the Tudors, and I was looking at Henry VIII. Now, when we were taught about Henry VIII, it was, you know, I always remember divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. This was a man who murdered wives that he didn't want. We were taught as if somehow they were beheaded and, you know, a bit iffy why, but, you know, that's the way it was. He was probably the greatest perpetrator of domestic violence in history. He set up a church, the Church of England, simply to get rid of a wife. women were completely and utterly the possessions of men. That is where we have come from. And there has been change, but we're talking about a timeline where the change we're talking about is fairly recent. So that's why I would say, if I had something to say for a federal government, and we did have this as to discuss this in terms of public policy, that I would want the federal government to make it absolutely clear in all that they do that gender bias exists, and it must be actively addressed by running the gender bias lens across all policy, all programs. I don't mean what we've got at the moment, like a woman's report on certain portfolios. That's the approach we've had so far, as well as a very reactive approach. So, for example, it was only the issues within the Defence Department were only looked at when the evidence was just impossible to keep under lid anymore about what was happening there. Similarly with the culture in Parliament House, only when Brittany Higgins, when it was impossible to keep a lid anymore on what was happening, even though it was well known what was going on. And we've tended to be like that. We wait, we turn a blind eye until we've got no choice, and we have then we have a Royal Commission. And I'd really add to what the two young women on the panel have said, and why I raised the issue about being patient. And the words that Greta Thunberg said at the Edinburgh conference really, really resonated with me when she said, blah, blah, blah. That's what she said. And when Grace Tame wouldn't smile. She was perfectly polite, but she wouldn't smile. So I think that we really need this new wave of activism by young women. My generation, I think we were more traditionally educated. I was a lawyer, that if you work hard, if you make the case, make the case and then you'll get ahead with that. We have realised that making the case and playing by the rules, and political parties particularly have got rules which are very much men's rules, and informal networks, which is all to do with having a drink after work and who you know, and we'll get back to you and work hard and you might have a chance, that a younger group of women really, really need to push back against that. Otherwise, I expect in 30 years, when I will not be here, that there will be the same discussions being had.
Thank you, Linda. Look, we've got these mics in the room. I'm looking for them. There's one there and there's one over there. If you'd like to ask a question, just put your hand up. I can see a lady right here. I can see your hand. I can't see you very well. And I can see another one there on the left. Can you see? Hi. You got the microphone to that woman over there? Okay. Well, I was going to ask that woman first. Can you see there? Can we go with her first? She caught my eye first. Please go ahead. And if it's to someone in particular.
Good afternoon, it's to the panel. My background is I work in recruitment in finance. I have a specialist area. My most common responsibility is helping women apply for positions where they have doubt that they don't meet all the criteria. You referenced that earlier and helping that. So my responsibility is also about the decision makers also coming to that understanding, and positively they do. We've got a movement there. But could you perhaps contribute about how you think we can shift that psyche for our women to build the confidence to apply when they have less of the criteria but they can fill the positions?
I'm going to get Jess to comment on that in terms of people applying to be a candidate. Think about that.
Yeah, I think that's just undoing years and years of doubt and self-belief that's driven to you in the society that you live in. I think, it's almost a shock, what Romola experienced when she put women in positions of leadership in the School of Psychology at UWA, that people have said, "Are you sure?" I've said, "Are you sure?" so many times. But you honestly need a huge, cultural shift for that to happen, where it becomes normal, where women are like, you know what, I don't have all these skills for this job ad or whatever they want to apply for, but I'm just going to go for it. That is a huge cultural shift that I don't know, I hope we see in our generation, but maybe it'll be in the next generation where that's just normal, where people feel like they can just do shit and not have the qualifications. That would be amazing. Though I would just say having people like yourself in organisations that actually believe in people and are consistently promoting them and encouraging them is really important, because one of the things that I think all the panellists share, and also with Martina and I, is that we have to be those people that are constantly pushing people when they lack self-belief, where there is self-doubt, because that's just a chain that they've had over their life, what they've been spoken into, the society that we're all being brought up in or all live in. But we need to be, I guess, you know, for a better word, like that change maker, like, actually, no, you've got this. But it's not going to be easy. And I don't have the big solution for that, but except be that person in your own community. Yeah.
So the question that was there, I can't, is that, and if it's to someone in particular, please say so.
I'm not sure. Oh, is it working? Cool. It's not for anyone in particular, anyone on the panel that would want to jump in. My name is Sunmi. I am a mental health worker. I used to be a youth pastor a while ago. I'm also a writer, performer. I work in theatre. I'm a producer. I've been here in Australia for 12 years now. And I guess one thing that I have noticed when it comes to any kind of Western culture that has basis in Judeo-Christian belief systems, it's embedded, the patriarchal narratives are embedded in biblical narrative, and biblical literacy is not something that's encouraged in this country, in my experience. And so much of it is even just in the book of Genesis and the curse of Eve, and the sense of entitlement that men have to women and women's bodies comes from this curse of Eve, and God saying that you will rule over this woman because the fall of man. But if we look at how religious beliefs, especially in Western culture, how that is driven with countries like America, where half of the country is evangelical Christian, therefore they're literalist. They believe exactly that this is to the word, and therefore it cannot be argued against. And so people in power that have this mentality, there's no way that they will be able to not just relate, they won't see it as relevant, or they'll see it as sinful. And there's a sense of collective responsibility in those kind of religious environments. And up until recently, we had a prime minister that was evangelical Christian as well. And so, and another thing is schools in this country being mostly religious are the ones, or the private schools being mostly religious, the ones that people tend to aim for, as if that's where you'll get a better education. And that's where you have the pockets of power as well. They come from the environment that's privileged, it's private education, it's religious education, and it's just a self-perpetuating environment. And so I guess my question would be, what would be your ideas around how we can shift this? How can we change this? How can we even get people to talk about this being a reality, this undercurrent of just religious doctrine that is actually driving this country, even though we think of it as a secular society? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to comment on that?
I'm happy to say something, and obviously it accords with me, as I gave the example of Henry VIII and you know, the attitudes and a religion actually being established based on him wanting to divorce Catherine of Aragon. I think in Australia we do have a far greater separation. We are a secular country in a way, and I have lived in America. America is not, but I do think that it is a worrying, very worrying what we are seeing in America at this time, and I'm sure many of you have got keeping a sharp eye about how rights that women have fought for can actually quite quickly begin to be undermined, and that's what's happening in America. And it appears that there is some reversion or some trend now to this much more conservative approach to women. I mean, many of you would have seen the serial The Handmaid's Tale and read the book, but there's something quite prescient about what has been shown there. So, well, what can we do? Well, you just have to keep speaking up. And as I said, be less patient, and this is where young women are really showing the lead. They are not being prepared, or the ones we've been talking about, they've not been prepared to be fobbed off in the same way. And I think older women, we should be supporting them in that. And I hate it when baby boomers in particular are so critical of younger generations. I mean, I know it's sort of a common thing for older generations to say that about young generations, but the younger generations that I see in my children, adult children, their 20s and 30s, and their friends, and what I see, they are, I think, really what the federal government, if it really wants to do something, should be listening to. That would be my view on it.
Thank you. Let's take as many as we can now. Let's get the questions briefly and the answers briefly. Woman over here, and then there's a hand over there. I can't see who it is, but I think this woman is first, actually. She was waiting. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's a slightly complex question that I don't think can be answered in 5 minutes, but we'll give it a go. So the conversations around gender are evolving at a rate of knots at the moment. So if you look at the conversation, sorry, full disclosure, I'm the mother of a non-binary child. So if you look at the conversations that are happening from the trans community, people who identify as non-binary, do you see those conversations around gender as a threat or an opportunity when you're talking about gender parity, gender equity?
Thank you. Let's get 2 quick answers. Romola?
Absolutely an opportunity. I have a very inclusive view of what I mean by gender bias. So my view is that what I'm looking for is to be treated equally on the basis of what I bring to the table, regardless of how I identify and what I have between my legs or under my armpits or wherever my bits are. I really don't care, and I really wish we could be genuinely agnostic. So if you're non-binary, if you're genderqueer, if you're whatever, you should be treated with equal respect and given equal opportunity. And I really can't be doing with this sort of either you're for women or you're against women, or it's not, I'm not binary about the way I think. I think it's much broader than that. And I welcome the debate about what it means to be non-binary or to be questioning about your gender identity, because I think these debates help us articulate the biases that we're experiencing and to understand them and therefore to call them out. So I think it's a good thing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sujit?
It's interesting. I'm going to answer both those questions because there's something in that. And I grew up in a Sikh family where we've got gender-neutral names. So both my parents have the exact same name, and it's kind of awkward because people will be like, oh, is it mum or dad? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, like, same name. I don't know how to explain it. And then I also grew up with a wedding ceremony that's also doesn't define what gender. And that's really controversial to say in the Sikh community because there's a lot of like internalized colonisation. And I think I thought you couldn't say the word God in Australia. I went to a public school, couldn't talk about God. But it's really ironic because all the shitty things that you spoke about that are happening in Australia, isn't it ironic that like Australia hates Muslims and yet there's like all our religions are going through such similar shit in terms of human problems, humans ruin stuff, and then like the religion itself, well, Sikhism wasn't even meant to be a religion, it was just meant to be a Sikh, the ism got added later by white people, and all the translations. Now young people, young Sikhs all around the world are going, hang on, where do I fit into this? And we started off, if you look at the origins of like my traditions and my culture, it was non-binary, it was about fluidity, it was about all these terms that we now have vocab for now. And then the West gets onto it, and then those cultures are like, oh my God, what do we do? So it's almost like, how do we go back into researching? How did we live? How did we actually exist and treat each other? And I think that, I don't know what happened along the way. I'm not a historian, but I feel like, you know, patriarchy came along and was just like, nah, we're going to box everything. We're going to define everything. We're going to give you roles and responsibilities according to who you are, rather than just accepting and going, you know, and maybe your child I hope that they're having a good time in school now. I hope that it's getting better. I hope that school kids are just like, you know, no one's going up to someone nowadays, hopefully, and going, what are you? Because it's just like, no, I am. I just am. And that's where I want to head.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a hand there. I can't actually see your face, but I can see a hand. Give that person a mic. And then after that, there's one here. These lights make it really difficult for me to pinpoint this. There you are. Cheers, mate. Sorry, it's just gonna get to you. There you go.
I wanted to challenge the statement made that we are a secularist society. We have Equal Opportunity Act, and within that there's a subsection that pertains to religious exemptions. And those religious exemptions enable paternalistic practices. They influence the nature of your contract based on your gender, your sexuality. They can terminate your practice because you've fallen pregnant, and they have wider influences. I work within health, and the sexual health that you will be provided because your postcode is near Sir Charles Gardner or Fiona Stanley is very much different to what you will receive if your postcode is adjacent to Joondalup, even though those institutions are all publicly funded. So I wondered what the panel's position is on our existing religious exemption laws as it applies to gender equality. Thank you.
Okay, so briefly, who wants to?
Well, I talked about us being a secular state, and we are, in the sense that in terms of the way we have the separations of powers, and that we don't have a religious head of state anymore. But I certainly take your point about how religion impacts, and certainly you would be aware, if you work in health, about the impact of St John of God winning the contract to run the Midland Hospital, and how that's affected services that are available at that hospital. And certain services are not available at that hospital because of the religious views of the St John of God group. So I agree with you, and I think that it's something that we need to be ever vigilant about. I suppose the point I was making, and some people might talk about school pastors in the same way as an incursion by religious institutions into the public school system. But I suppose the bigger point I was making, or my hope, is that Australia, which most people, when they do census, or the majority, do not identify with a religion, at the moment, is less vulnerable than perhaps a country like America, which I think is going to be going through an extremely difficult period. And I hope a change of government at the federal level will also be helpful.
Okay, thank you. So, off you go.
Yes, so I actually conducted that original research that found that there were more men named Andrew than there were women in corporate leadership. While gender is the obvious part of that, it actually the thing that always struck me about that, and the subsequent analysis from there, was actually what it said about cultural backgrounds, about someone's age, and the socioeconomic background of those people, which kind of goes into a point that I think Ms Savage raised early on, which was around trickle-down feminism. And you know, while we do see more women holding those, you know, in corporate leadership and in political leadership and those sort of things progressing, it hasn't always borne a huge amount of obvious fruit. And I'm just wondering, what's the panel's view on how that is actually changed? How is there more benefits shared more broadly?
Wants to come in? You want to just clarify just a bit
more?
Just say a bit more, go on.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when we start to see more, the expectation that with more women in leadership there would be more benefits shared for more women more broadly, and that, as was suggested before, hasn't necessarily occurred. How is that changed? How do we see more benefits shared more broadly?
Okay, so I'm going to slightly reinterpret your question. First of all, is it the case that when more women are at the top, women in general benefit? I mean, that's just worth thinking about. And you know, what's the best way to sort of get there? I mean, is this going to be about critical mass at the top of politics, top of universities, and so on? I'm just riffing off your question a bit there.
So I think there are a couple of answers to that. Is I think there can be benefits just to having women at the top, because you can't be what you can't see. Okay, and my own experience of being a first female head of school was humbling, because there were lots of young academics and postgraduate students and postdocs who came to me and said, I can now see myself where you are. I mean, it almost brought me to tears. So I think there's something massively symbolic about that, but symbolism isn't enough. The other thing that I think one can do if you're a female leader to help promote other women is through a kind of service leadership model of mentoring, of appraisal, of meeting people, helping them through their applications, reading their CV, helping them practice their presentations, coaching them through that kind of insecurity. And it's something that I feel very strongly about and something I've tried to do. But I'm a limited resource, right? We can't have a small number of individuals lifting all of the heavy weight. We've all got to do it together. And so that's why I'm saying I think men need to do it too, for women in particular. And they need to see that that's their responsibility and to understand the differences that women doubt themselves, that we have imposter syndrome in spades. I didn't want to be head of school. I was marched to it by colleagues and friends who said, you should do this. And I went, are you sure? It was the best thing I've ever done in my life, the best opportunity for growth, and I nearly talked myself out of it. We need allies. We absolutely need to be allies for those who come after.
Okay, thank you.
And you don't need a daughter or a mother or a girlfriend or a, relationship to you to care. Like, it doesn't need to be about
the great last word.
Okay, so time is going to slip by. I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask the panel one short question. They actually got 35 seconds each, and I'm going to measure this, okay? So anyone's seen in federal politics, things have changed a bit. There's 10 women around the cabinet table of 23, it's 43%, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever else has changed in Australia, the optics have changed in Canberra, and we can see that. So if you were minister for the day, or if you wrote a memo to the woman who's been put in charge of women's interests, which is Kate Gallagher, who's also the finance minister, what would you write in that, Romola? You've got 35 seconds. Just share that with you.
Okay, so I would overturn the university job-ready graduates package. Women are overrepresented in arts humanities subjects, and yet now they're being charged double fees, which produces financial insecurity in the long term. What on earth are we doing? Stop it.
Thank you. Jess?
Stop putting women in unwinnable seats, and there must be a quota for women entering all seats. I don't know how you'd word it, but yeah.
Excellent.
Actually put women in seats that they can win, basically that, yeah.
Right. 10 seconds,
That's my
great.
policy.
Okay, that's even better, okay?
Yeah.
Linda?
So what I said earlier, that for every aspect of policy and every program and every bit of legislation, it has to go through the gender bias lens and be reported against and publicly available for people to say, not women's interests, not this divvying up, that this is, something, every single portfolio, every piece of policy and program and legislation.
Thank you. And Sujit, you get the last word.
I'm going to say a fantasy and then more of a practical answer. So fantasy, grab every misogynist, put them on an island, put them through some awesome program. They get fed, they get awesome treatment, but it's not torture. It's you go through a program. Once you're ready to go back to Earth, you go back to Earth and you're ready. Practical answer, because fantasies are fantasies. I would make it a crime to pay women not equally, so equal pay, and universal childcare.
Yeah.
Keep
like
women in work, get them work.
Thank you. More than adequately answered that question. Look, I'm going to finish this. I'm under instructions to land this on the deck at 12:45, so a couple of minutes to go. It's been a great pleasure to host this. Can I, before I go any further, thank a few people? One is the team that I have at the Public Policy Institute. Chris is here,
Rebecca's online, so we wouldn't have been here had they not put in the hard yards behind the scene. Can I also thank the organisers here at the Disrupted Festival? It's been a pleasure to work with them. These things aren't easy to pull off, not least of all in the first year that we're sort of back in a room, no longer trapped behind glass, as it were. Can I also, while I got your attention, draw your attention to the fact that you can pick up a copy of the Institute's report, most recent report in the lobby. It's beautiful, 2050, glossy, nice picture. Please have a look at that. It gives you a sample of the kind of things we're up to most recently. And last plug, and certainly no more, on the 31st of August, we have an event taking place at the university itself in the morning. It's a breakfast event, and it's to do with politics and participation. It's called If Voting Wasn't Compulsory, Would You? And so it's going to be dealing with democratic norms and how people get stuck into politics and so on and so forth, some of the stuff that Jess spends her time in. It's been a great pleasure. Now, can you join me and thank our panel, all four of them? On that note, they're all yours. If you want to interrogate them, I'm sure they'll be milling around over there. Thank you.
Please thank our panelists one more time. Amazing session. Of course, now we have reached lunch. So we've got a lunch break now from 12:45 up until 1:30. So do head over to the Boffin's bookshop in the foyer. If you have any questions, I'm sure they will be milling about in the foyer. Do approach them, ask your questions, and we'll see you into the next session. In the theatre at 1:30, there will be short films that will be as a replacement to the cancelled session by Claudio. And if you've just joined us and received that information, I'm very sorry to give you the bad news. Also in here, in the Discovery Lounge, we will be talking about death. Talking about death won't kill you. A panel discussion with Rita Alfred-Saggar, Lana Glokowski, Satyam Brown, and Dr. Jaya Dartis and Melanie Hawkes here in the Discovery Lounge. Thank you so much for joining us here at Disrupted Festival 2022.
everybody knew I was getting on stage, eh?
Dear Alistair, you probably don't know me, but I've been here since the dreaming of time, where the Pindar meets the beach and two twisted muddy creeks. Plenty tucker for the children of mine. Now I hear that you're blown out by my beauty. The streaks of white, fiery reds and blues. My innocence is all that I can cling to. I got no price, I'm not for sale to you. Dear Alistair, you probably don't know me, but I've been here since the dreaming of time, where the Pindar meets the beach and two twisted muddy creeks. My for the children of mine. Plenty tucker for the children of mine. Oh, now I hear that you're blown out by my beauty. The streaks of white, of fiery reds and blues. My innocence is all that I can cling to. I got no price, I'm not for sale to you. Yours sincerely.
Hey, thank you everybody for coming to my gig. My name's Dan. Hope you had some lunch. You guys had lunch? You guys are working? Good. You had lunch. Yeah, it's cool. Sweet. Oh, just keep going. Sweet. Oh, awesome.
Daddy was a preacher, she was his wife, just trying to make the world a little better, you know, shine a light. When people started talking, just to hear their own voice, those people accused of my father, saying he made the wrong choice. And though it might be painful, know the time will always tell. Those people have long since gone and my father never failed. Even when the rain falls, even when the floods are rising, even when the storm comes, I am washed by the water. Even when the rain falls, even when the floods are rising, even when the storm comes, I am washed by the water. washed by the water. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. You get what you need. Oh, you get what you need. I am washed. I am washed. I am washed. Yeah, I am washed. Even when the rain falls, even when the floods are rising, even when the storm comes, I am washed by the water. Even when the rain falls, even when the floods are rising, even when the storm comes, I am washed by the water. Thank you. Glad you guys are liking it. Hope you guys are having a great day. You can find me on the road, I'm a traveling man. I only stay a little while. Yeah, I'm always on the move, trying to see the world. Got the next stop on my mind. I still got daylight, take advantage of the time I got. You never see me holding back, but then I met you. You was different from the other ones. And you didn't mind who I was, 'cause I'm a drifter, I'm a dreamer, I'm on a journey. And if you want, you can come with me. You can come with me, 'cause I got friends everywhere I go. Yes, I got friends everywhere I go. Yes, I got friends everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, everywhere I go. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, yeah, yeah. Whoa, can we ride this way for a little while? Don't worry about the time or where we are. I can see you right here standing next to me. In the present we can have a good time. We don't need to stop talking about our future plans. Just be living in the moment with me. I wanna show you all the places everywhere that I've been, and the people on a ride with me. 'Cause I'm a drifter, I'm a dreamer, I'm on a journey. And if you want, you can come with me. You can come with me, 'cause I got friends everywhere I go. Yes, I got friends everywhere I go. Yes, I got friends everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, everywhere I go. And you can't keep me down when I'm out on the road. You can't keep me down when I'm out on the road. 'Cause I got friends everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, everywhere I go, yeah.
Thank you. It's hot up here. I'm not sweating because I'm nervous. I'm hot. I'm going to sing a song with some parity language in it. I'm from a little place called One Arm Point. You guys ever heard of One Arm Point? So I grew up there, and this song is kind of like paying homage to that place.
Touch the sky. Life is flowing there by the tide, and at night we watch the fire and the stars, the fire and the stars, the fire and the stars. And I got liquor, dear if anybody can speak party, sing along. Watch the waves crash on the sand. The kids are playing there by the shore. Young man learns from the Thank you. You're clapping, you don't even know what I was singing. That's pretty good. Sometimes I've played that song up in One Arm Point there, and like I've gotten the words mixed up, but that's the only place that knows if I've made a mistake. I've been caught out a few times. I did an acknowledgement to country at an event, and I was playing out, and my brother walks in, and I started calling him some names in language, and I probably shouldn't have, but I looked around and I thought, I don't know anybody here, so I'm going to do it. And I started saying stuff to him, and then these ladies just start busting out laughing, and I'm like, oh no. So I had to explain, look, they're not laughing at language or culture. I'm just being an idiot. Driving down the highway, you were standing there, standing by the road, waiting for someone. Happened over and asked you a question. And do you need a ride? Who you're running from? Or where you going? I gotta know what's a girl like you. He's hiking down down this lonely road, just you and your babe. She got in the car, said her name was Georgia Love, and I need to know, can you take me? Can you take me to the ocean? Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Take me down into the water. Can you take me to the ocean? Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Oh, ocean. Can you take me down to the water so I can be free? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I put my foot on the gas, said I could take you. Yes, I could take you right now. We were driving down Highway 1, chasing the sun, California sun, Cali love. She fell asleep in my truck, the headrest on me. So I woke her up, we're not too far now. She could see it in the distance, and that's when she leaned on him. And then she said to me, can you take me to the ocean? Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Take me down into the water. Can you take me to the ocean? Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Oh, ocean. Can you take me down to the water so I can be free? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Can you take me to the ocean? Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Take me down into the water. Can you take me to the ocean? Oh, ocean, to the ocean. Oh, ocean. Can you take me down to the water so I can be free?
Thank you. Got a couple more songs. Everybody's coming back in. Sweet. Just in time for my last couple of songs.
I come a long way from the bright light city night. Big high's not a simple life. Don't get caught by the lies of the city night. Chasing city dreams, smoking mirrors of a better life. Flash cars and shiny things, fireflies, blinding lights ain't what it seems. Too much of a good thing. Wake up, am I dreaming? Shimmering lights got me hypnotized. City lights, hypnotized. City lights, hypnotized. City lights, hypnotized. City lights, they hypnotize. I come a long way, and I don't know if I can say, but it's almost in my hands. I can see it, I can feel it. I've been down to the valley, I've been up to the hills, getting close but I'm so far. Now I realize city lights, they hypnotize. City lights, they hypnotize. City lights, they hypnotize. City lights, they hypnotize. come a long way from the bright light city night. Big highs, not a simple life. Don't get caught by the lies of the city night. And chasing city dreams, smoking mirrors of a better life. Flashcards and shiny things, fireflies, blinding lights ain't what it seems. Too much of a good thing. Wake up, am I dreaming? The shimmering lights got me hypnotized. City lights, they hypnotize. City lights, they hypnotize. City lights, they hypnotize. City lights, they hypnotize.
Thank you. I'm going to play a song for you that I always mess up, but luckily you don't know the song, so I'm not going to mess up. Good?
We once were kings and queens in the land of plenty. Once were soldiers fighting in another man's battles. We gave our hearts, we gave it all, paid the cost, now set us free, Lord. I wanna dance all night, feel your presence, wanna sing my song and tell your story. Once were kings and queens in the land of plenty. For a cause of people fight for freedom and the future. We gave our hearts, gave it all, paid the cost, now set us free, Lord. I wanna dance all night, feel your presence, wanna sing my song and tell your story.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and tomorrow, if you're coming back, please come back. I won't be here tomorrow unless you talk to some people for me. I'm Dan Riches. Have a great day.
Hello, folks. Welcome again. We are here, of course, at Disrupted Festival of Ideas at the State Library of Western Australia. I'm your MC for today. My name is Offa, and to my left we have Linda, and a little bit later you might see Luke. Just a couple of house notes. In the theatre where the session with Claudio was due to start as well at this time, will now be a showing of short films, also entitled Reflections of WA. Yes, but we'll continue with our session that is upon us right now. Talking about death won't kill you. What does a good death look like? Should we plan our own deaths? And how do current issues like the global pandemic, loneliness, and inequality influence the ways we die and cope with loss? Hear from our panel of death experts and led by facilitator Rita Alfred-Saggar. Please put your hands together for our panel today.
Well, hello and welcome. What a wonderful opportunity to be able to talk about something that we don't talk about very often. I'd just like to introduce all my panelists today, and we are being joined on Zoom by our fourth panelist who tested positive, or didn't test positive for COVID, but all his housemates did, so he's doing us all a favour by not being here, but welcome Satyam as well. So I'd just like to start by taking a moment to pay respects to the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and to gather our thoughts and pay our respects to elders past, present, and particularly emerging. So if we just take a moment to do that. Now, I just really want to thank all of you here. I was here about 5 minutes ago, and I went backstage and I was saying to my panelists, there are not a lot of people here. And suddenly I look out and there's a sea of faces, which I'm delighted by. I was going to ask you all to move up, but I don't need to do that anymore because all the seats have been filled. So my name is Rita Alfred-Saggar. I'm a broadcaster, journalist, and a media advocate for stories that don't often get told. And death and dying is a story that surrounds us, is part of life, and yet we don't really talk about it a lot. My own experience is that 2 significant deaths that I've experienced that have been very important for me are, one was my father and one was my father-in-law. And having had that experience, I would say that they both had a wonderful, good, strong death. One of the things I'd like to talk about is what that actually means, and the people who probably know a lot more about that than me are the people who are in front of you. So I'd like to introduce Satyam Brown. First of all, he is joining us by Zoom, as you can see. And Satyam is a palliative social worker, palliative care social worker. And what I'd like to do is, rather than me explain what that means, is let him speak for himself in just a little while. But joining him on the panel, we have Lana Glogowski, who is the Chief Executive of Palliative Care WA. And so her role is really a little bit about like the role that I have, which is it's about advocating what a good death may look like and could look like, and the fact that everybody deserves a dignified and supported end. We also have joining us Jaya Dantas, who is the Dean International of Curtin University's Faculty of Health Sciences and leads research into refugees and migrant health. And Jaya is particularly interesting because one of her experiences is working in countries where life is cheap and death is very real and comes very easily. She's worked all across a lot of Africa, I think, Ajaya, Africa and Asia, where, you know, death is part and parcel of living, and that's something that in modern societies in a global rich world, we've managed to separate life and death, not always to our best advantage. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the panel and start off really by Lana just explaining what, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce Melanie, who is our last panelist here, and Melanie Hawkes is an advocate for people living with disabilities and disabled rights. And you will have heard Melanie many, many times talking about why it's important for groups who sometimes get overlooked to have that voice, and for everybody else, society, to be able to recognize that and understand how important that is in terms of living together. So those are our panelists, and I'd like to start off really by handing over to them. So Lana, I'd like to start with you. If you could just tell us a little bit about the work that you do and why palliative care, WA, is an important role for you to have.
Thanks so much, Rita. Lovely to be here. I'm going to start out by reminding you, or reminding us, that we're all going to die. So now that I've got your attention, I'd like to just briefly, there's 3 questions that I'd like to start out with. First of all, what is palliative care? Unfortunately, it's pretty misunderstood in our community. So that's my first key question. My second key question is about why planning is critical. And my third key question is around why community is critical. So first of all, palliative care. Most of you possibly will think about palliative care as pain management and symptom control delivered by our wonderful, compassionate physicians and nurses right at the end of life. Could I suggest to you that palliative care is way more than that? And that's the education that Palliative Care WA is trying to share with the WA community. So palliative care really should start at the point of diagnosis. So if your treating team says to you that your chronic disease, for example, has progressed to a point where it's going to limit your life, that's the point where we should be engaging palliative care. And that's because palliative care is holistic in its approach, it's multidisciplinary. So we do have our fabulous physicians and nurses and our clinicians, but we have social workers, and we'll hear from a wonderful social worker a little later. Because of course, approaching end of life can often be very challenging for families, and so that social work support is really critical. For people thinking about and managing the end of their life may require some spiritual support. So that's a part of palliative care. Some people may wish to create a legacy document to really help them to understand the meaning of their life. That's a part of palliative care. So from our perspective, as I said, it should be available at point of diagnosis. Unfortunately, in most of the Western world, we're a long way from that place. We still are very much focused on the pointy end of, the end of life. And the unfortunate thing about that is that we lose that opportunity to focus on the quality of life for the life that's left, not just that dying phase. So that's palliative care in a very brief nutshell. But the second question I want to put to you is the critical importance of planning. And unfortunately, as a society, we are very reluctant to think about our demise, and we're even more reluctant to engage in planning. So there's a process called advanced care planning, which Palliative Care WA is really actively engaged in promoting. So what we encourage is all of you, recognising that all of you and all of us are going to die, let's start thinking about what our priorities are for the last stage of life. Fortunately, within Palliative Care WA, we have a couple of programs to help people progress that, because most of you, I can almost see it, are going, well, where do you start? You know, this is really difficult stuff. These are difficult conversations and difficult things to get your head about, but we are funded by WA Health to provide educative programs in the community. So we help community groups to start to understand what the process is. And then even more significantly, we've now got a program where one of our team members will come to your house or hospital or hospice and help you progress your advanced care planning. And given that palliative care is about choices and about you being in control, and you know, I can see most of you are probably baby boomers, heading towards retirement, or you're retired now, you've been in control for the whole of your life about everything. You've planned your births, you've planned your super, you've planned your overseas trips, you've planned your marriage, all the rest of it. You're amazing planners. Why not plan the last stage of your life as well? The third question I want to put to you is about the role of community. So unfortunately, it's often held in the interactions that we have with community groups that we've got palliative care teams out there that help people with the dying process. I'd like to quote Professor Alan Callagher, who's an amazing academic and author in this space, who talks about the fact that in the dying stages, or in the last stage of life, people spend 5% of their time with doctors and nurses. 5%. That means 95% is spent with the TV, internet, family and friends and community. So what we are involved in, and what we're starting to see generating across Australia and internationally actually, is the notion of a compassionate community. So recognising that our doctors and nurses can only be there for a very small part of the time. So what about the role that you play collectively for those friends and family around you who are dying? So my challenge to you is to get on the Compassionate Communities page and think about, you know, a small role that you might play with someone who's at the last stage of life to help that 95% be as meaningful as possible.
Great, thank you very much, Lana. So that definitely is a task for audience, both here and online, that in the question and answers, I'd like you to start thinking about what that might look like to have community support. I mean, it's fabulous to see so many people here interested in this topic and wanting to come along on a Saturday. But what that really, you know, how does that translate to how we approach people? When you have, I've worked in palliative care for a little while, and one of the things that palliative care nurse has said to me before is that we have all this support at the beginning of life. So from the moment of conception, especially in the global rich world, you have 9 months of all these different people coming along and helping you. You have people in the streets, you know, welcoming this burgeoning birth, but we don't have that at the end of life. And it'd be really interesting to hear audiences' views about why we think that that might be. But I'd like to carry on from what Lana was talking about and turn to Satyam. Satyam, so you are a palliative care social worker. You pick up on some of the issues that Lana was talking about that support and how that works. Do you think that people, when they're given a terminal diagnosis or when they live with chronic illness, do they actually understand all the services that are available out there for them?
No, I don't think that many people do unless they've been through that for someone else. So I think most of us go through life trying not to think about our demise, and the very kind of nature of our consciousness, our ego, our mind is to promote who we are and think of the future and plan for the future. So typically what happens is that when someone receives a diagnosis like that, you can imagine if any of us right now in this moment in time was told we only had months to live, our heads and our hearts would be spinning. And then on top of that, in that distressed state, you're then presented with a whole bunch of pamphlets, booklets, information. Most people, when they're told of a prognosis, they talk about that kind of ringing in the ears and that numbness and time and space freezes, which is why we always advise preparing questions beforehand, any type of appointment like that, and taking someone who won't be as affected with you. So it might not be, the best person might not be your partner or someone like that, because the same distressed type reaction will be happening for them too, but maybe someone a little bit more removed who can write everything down or record the conversation and things like that. Yeah, so that tends to be typically what happens for most people in that situation. I don't think many people are aware of the services at all. I know that there's a very high proportion of people that would prefer to have the end-of-life experience at home, but their general lack of knowledge about the process and what that means to the people that would be providing their care, such as their loved ones, who will do 99.9% of the care with zero training as well, which is really difficult for them. So what we see and what I've seen over the years working in different hospices is that there's lots of failed attempts of having an end-of-life experience at home as well, simply due to the burden on the carers or the distress that comes from that. What I've kind of found in my experience working in this space is that if the more educated even the carers are, but also the patients, that what happens is they're not as distressed by things like the change in breathing that occurs during the terminal phase, or anything else that occurs that normally would indicate that something's wrong, but in the dying process is very normal and natural experience, or things as something to experience. So, yeah.
And as a practitioner, how easy is it to normalise that end of life and the actual dying phase?
It can be difficult because I'm sitting there as someone that hasn't done it yet, talking to someone who's going through it right now. So even you know, if you talk to anyone that works in as a palliative specialist or a doctor or whatever, typically, you know, they might say, you know, I'm pretty comfortable with the concept of my death, but all of us never know until it's actually our turn. Yeah, so, you know, I think that what happens for a lot of people is that they get so distressed by everything that's going on that they just can't quite understand what's going on at the same time. But to have people that are educated, what that means is that they're far more prepared for what's going on, even though it's distressing. And I think as well, it allows the people going through that to sit back and instead play the role as the distressed loved one rather than as the carer or something like that as well, which can be helpful too.
Have we moved on as a society to almost really sort of disenfranchising death and having it as something that really happens? And you said this to me when I was talking to you earlier in the week, that we've all just got a Hollywoodized version of what death looks like, and it's neat and it's tidy and it happens over a short space of time. That's not always the case though, is it?
No, that's right. So a lot of our kind of death literacy actually in Australia actually comes from TVs and movies. So the typical scenario they show is the person sitting up and talking pretty much right to the end, You know, they're going around the room telling different family members, I love you, and money's buried under the shed or whatever that is for the story. But what happens is, what normally happens is that people enter into that terminal phase where they're unconscious. So, and leading up to that, they may be sleeping 23 hours a day or even more as well. So, you know, people, this is, I guess, one of the problems with having that more kind of Hollywood understanding of what it is to like die is that we then put all of that pressure onto the medical professionals as well to deliver that kind of experience too. And I think that one of the kind of saddest things that I see is that people delay those final conversations because of that assumption that the person will be able to converse with them right at the end. So, you know, I think one of the things I always do is to encourage people to have those important conversations long before we end up in that terminal phase, which ideally we should in life anyway.
Great, thank you, Satyam. I just wanted Lana to come back on that. How important do you think empowering families at end of life is? And how does palliative care, you know, sort of address all of that?
Well, absolutely picking up on what's just been said, it's about improving our death literacy, and absolutely, because many of us actually haven't experienced the death of a loved one, or the death of a loved one is something that's managed in hospital, out of the sort of extended family environment. Exactly as was just articulated, is we don't know what that last stage of life looks like, and so we go into it very it's very unknown, and we're very unaware. So absolutely, Palliative Care WA's focus is about community education, is about improving our death literacy, trying to get over that resistance to, I don't want to think about it, I don't want to talk about it, I'll manage it when we get there. And absolutely, as just been said, you know, that's often too late. And it's interesting, I have lots of conversations with emergency physicians and palliative care physicians and other specialist groups within the health system who talk about the absolute dilemma that they are presented with when a loved one's health has deteriorated really quickly. They end up in hospital, and then there's some really difficult decisions that need to be made about the treatment, the course of treatment. And often they talk about the fact that they will look at loved ones and say, well, what do you think mum or dad or sister or brother would have wanted in this circumstance? And they look at each other and they go, I've got no idea. Or the alternative scenario is you've got brother Bill who's jetted in from London,
Why London?
You know, or sister who's jetted in from Ontario, and they both say, do anything to keep them alive. Give them every possible treatment. And, you know, the family who've been with mum or dad for the last 5 years and have seen the challenge that they've had managing their chronic disease, the fact that they possibly are at a place where they're saying, no more treatment, give me palliative care, manage my pain, manage my symptoms, but let me go. And so you have these terrible family conflicts, which unfortunately can go on for years. The repercussions of those can be huge. So our message to families, and we heard that from the previous speaker, absolutely, that, you know, we really encourage people to get on the page. Start having these conversations way earlier. You know, if a loved one is managing a chronic disease, have I don't know, Sunday afternoon roasts, and start having some conversations. Ask them, what are your priorities for the last stage of your life? You know, what sort of treatments would you be willing to countenance? What sort of treatments you would just say, no, I don't want? Where would you like to die? Who would you like to be with you? Who would you like to care for you for those last stages of life? They're such important conversations, and unfortunately often, because we have this death-denying view, we don't go there, and then it's crisis point, and we all know that crisis situations are not the best ways to make good informed decisions, good agreed decisions. Yeah.
Melanie, when I was talking to you a couple of months ago now, you talked about how actually you live with a chronic condition, you live with the possibility of something going wrong and you dying. How has that kind of helped you to manage your future, what your future needs might be, but also you wrote a will recently?
Yes, COVID put death right in my face, basically. Especially with the borders opening and everything. I went out and got my 3rd shot in December, thinking that I'd reached the peak of immunity by February, and then the borders stayed shut for another month, and I thought, oh dear. So I made my will in January, and that was the first step towards thinking this could be my last year, because COVID could really be bad for me and people with similar disabilities to me. I'm still working from home now, and I wear my mask everywhere. Today's the first day I've gone out without it, but I have it for afterwards. Yeah, it's been pretty frightening. But yeah, it's important to have those conversations. And in the lead up to talking today, because I'm not a death expert like the other 3, I read a good book called The Best Death by Sarah Winch, and it outlines all the steps that you talk about. And so I haven't got around to doing my advanced care plan, but that's the next thing to do.
We can help.
Because, yeah, one other thing I didn't tell you, Rita, was that in 2004 I got quite sick, and I ended up in ICU over Christmas and don't remember anything but one small conversation with a friend that day. And turned out 3 months later I had medication-induced lupus, and I could have died that Christmas Day and Boxing Day. And it really changed my outlook as well. And especially with COVID now and all the ambulance ramping and the hospital bed shortages, it does frighten me if you get sick and you need a bed. And there's been lots of people, doctors and things, that have to prioritise beds. If there's 2 people, both 42 like I am, both female, but the other person doesn't have a disability, they're going to give that bed to them more likely than me, because there's more chance of that person recovering, which is a really sad thing to happen, and to know that it's out there and doctors have to make those tough decisions. So the best thing for me is not to get sick and cross that bridge and hope I live a nice long life.
So do you think that there's enough support given to people with disabilities and people who are terminally ill, sick, by government authorities and health authorities? Enough support? I mean, we've heard both Satyam and Lana speak about how important that support is, and that support is probably the most important thing. It's not the meds, it's not everything else. It is that you've got this supportive community that you can talk to. I mean, just listening to you sounds like a pretty lonely kind of, thing to have to kind of think about that.
Yeah, lucky I do like staying home. I have a nice house that I can, stay home in. But it can be lonely. You don't want to go out and put yourself out there, especially now it's winter, and a simple cold could put me in hospital with a chest infection. So it is pretty scary out there, and I don't want to think about dying. I'm one of you guys in the audience normally, not wanting to talk about it, but it happens to all of us. You just don't know when. And I think it's important to know. And 2 years ago, my grandmother died she had dementia in a nursing home, and it was a pretty awful way, I think, that she died. And I know that I don't want to die like her. She just forgot the basics of being able to eat and drink, and pretty much starved and dehydrated to death. And it was an awful, prolonged death, I thought. She was probably in peace and went quite peacefully, but it was awful for us to watch. And I was the last family member to see her alive, which I think is pretty special, but it was an awful sight too, and I didn't feel supported by the nursing home, I didn't know when her death was going to happen and how long, and I went home and Googled how long does it take for someone to dehydrate to death, kind of thing, and found out that it could be as long as 2 weeks, and that really broke my heart. Lucky it was only 48 hours, but it was still not very pleasant. And so I know now what I don't want my death to be. Yeah, but still hope it's a long way in the future.
Jaya, if I can bring you in then, last but not least, your work involves looking at marginalised communities and how supported they are across all aspects of health and welfare. Just talk a little bit about the work that you've been doing with those communities around COVID, which has affected all of us. I kind of, really hope that I wouldn't bring COVID up, but then Satyam,
Sorry, I did anyway.
Yeah, Satyam decided not to turn up because he might have COVID. So let's talk a little bit about that.
I'd like to take the audience on a little journey, my journey. I was born in India, and I grew up in India and finished my master's degree in India. And one thing about India is it's a population of 1.3 billion, and you have a large population that lives in poverty among that 1.3 billion. We don't have a country that has a social security system in place. So death is in some ways a part of life. Another thing globally that is not talked about, and especially in the developing countries, is that road and rail accidents happen daily and take up a lot of lives. In my early 20s, I moved to Africa. And I lived through another pandemic whilst I was in Africa. And this was the HIV pandemic in the 90s in Africa. And for me, at that time, looking at people dying, especially when I was in Uganda. So I lived in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda over 10 years. And my children were born in Africa. But what I had come from was from Mumbai, a mega city that never sleeps, and a conservative Catholic family, protected. And then I come to Africa, where conflict was in your face. So Uganda was post-conflict. It had gone through 2 decades of a brutal regime with Milton Obote and Idi Amin. And during that brutal regime, people disappeared and people died. And then after that conflict, you had mass movement of refugees in those countries and displaced people in those countries. But what you also had was the HIV pandemic that started. And people died. The antiretroviral therapies that are in existence now were not there at that time. And we had to learn, like I was an educator, I've always been an educator for the last 35 years across 5 countries. So we had to change policies in the school because you could have mother-to-child transmission of HIV. So you could have children born of HIV who could probably die. In certain villages in Uganda, the young people died, and the elderly had to look after the younger ones. But both in India and Uganda, what it taught me is the sense of community. You don't have a palliative care system there. You don't have that support system. So the family and the community comes together. You often die at home. And sometimes I feel that's the best way. I know that things have changed. In the Western world, you think differently, but you die at home among your loved ones. And often, there are no funeral parlors. So planning for funeral is done by the family. It's actually very quick. So unless there's a suspicious death, most funerals take place within a day or 2. In Hinduism, they have to cremate within 24 hours, so also among the Muslim community in these countries. But when I was in Uganda, another momentous world event took place, and that was the genocide in Rwanda. And this was in 1994. With the genocide, 800,000, nearly 1 million people were killed in a matter of 3 months. And death became a part of life. They were killed by friends, they were killed by neighbors. It was a brutal 3 or 4 months for that country. Now, I went to that country 3 years after the genocide. I was there for another 3 years, helping in the reconstruction of the education system. And people spoke to me both in Uganda and Rwanda. When they couldn't find the bodies of their family members, that's when they felt that they had not closed the grief loop. They needed a space to grieve for their families or with their families. And that was another thing that was important to them. And one thing that I found both in Africa and in India is that the community comes together with the family to grieve for the person who has died. You know? There's continuous prayers. These are religious communities, so there's continuous prayers, food brought in, people sitting with you, holding you, crying with you. It's okay to cry, and it's okay to cry loudly also in these communities. And that is something that I found. Now, I came to Australia, and I actually do research in refugee and migrant communities. And I find health inequalities and health disparities among those communities just because of language, because of poor health literacy. You know, you talk about debt literacy, but health literacy is poor among these communities. Now, when COVID hit, this was another pandemic. I had lived through a pandemic, the HIV pandemic. My daughter was born during the HIV pandemic. She was now a young adult in Melbourne, you know, and I haven't seen her for the last 16 months, you know, because of our border closures. But I started mapping the COVID pandemic because it disproportionately impacted certain countries, the developing countries. You know? So India, the country of my birth, was impacted terribly by the Delta wave. You saw death in our faces with the media. You saw the burning pyres. And for that community, it was terrible. So when I've talked to people who have lost loved ones who were here, they couldn't go back because our borders were closed. And I think that was a difficult situation for many migrants who had family members, aging family members, who ultimately died during COVID, and they couldn't go there to be with their family members. The other thing that I found with COVID is how countries had to deal with it. India, Brazil, that saw a large amount of death, you know, and you can't have the strict isolation measures because there's an informal work economy in these countries. You know. So basically, if people don't work, they don't earn, they don't eat, full stop. There's no social security system in place. And this is something that in some ways the world forgot. Then the vaccine rollout came, and I was looking at the vaccine rollout here. And the developing countries had the major share of the vaccines. So till today, like I have taken my 3 doses, you know, I live with my mom. So my mom fortunately lives with me. She's 80 with a chronic condition. I have a sister who's severely immunocompromised. So for me, it was important to take the vaccines. But when we talked about communities and looking at the vaccine distribution, I found that there was lower uptake in some refugee communities, in our Indigenous communities. So that was a challenge that we had to overcome. But I also found vaccine inequality in Africa, where many of the health workers haven't been vaccinated. And this vaccine inequality is a problem even today. We have to change that because here, many people have taken their 3rd and 4th dose, whereas we have this disparity with that dose.
I just want to pick you up on the communities that you were talking about, so migrant refugee communities here in Australia, but also the Indigenous community. And you talked a lot about how we have this ableist culture. So if you can log on to a PC and you can kind of like make an appointment and all of those things, but was part of the low take-up in those kinds of communities because the access to technology simply isn't there, or because the networks, the health networks, behave differently?
See, ableism is a complex concept in many ways, Rita, you know? And I've been looking at this concept in relation to COVID. You know? So one of this is our access to information. Many of us are privileged where we have mobile data at all the time, but there are those who couldn't. So throughout the world, when you closed classrooms, you actually made it difficult for those countries or those communities who did not have sufficient access to online education. Yep. And that will show in a few years. You know? Within our Indigenous communities, they value the community model of health. You know? They like to sit together, they like their community elders to come or their community health workers to come and talk with these community health models of health. But the moment you close these communities, the health workers couldn't go. These community members couldn't go on a walkabout. They really felt isolated. And when they live from pension to pension, they do not have enough mobile charge to be able to do an online telehealth appointment. And sometimes they're suspicious of that. My mother refuses to do that. She's not computer literate. So in migrant communities, there'll be those who are not computer literate, who do not have access to the internet, and who will be disadvantaged by this. You know, they won't do telehealth. They want to meet with their health professional and talk to them rather than go look at a telephone screen or a computer. But in some cases where it has worked, it has been very good. But ableism is also what impacted our aged care homes, because when you actually lock aged care homes, you give the responsibility to the institution. The families felt helpless. And one of the biggest ones was the Newmarsh debacle in New South Wales. You know, they're investigating that. You know. And what we found is the aged care residents value their family members coming, talking to them, taking them for a walk or a coffee. You know. The psychosocial impacts of that were huge during this pandemic. You know. They couldn't take their walks, they couldn't meet their loved ones, and we actually gave this care to the institutions. And I think that was problematic because we did have, as a country, we had the knowledge to do something different. The third thing with ableism is when you put certain policies in place, and I'd like to give you the example of Canada. Brampton in Canada just sits out of Toronto, you know, near the airport. And what people don't know is the Amazon actually increased about 500,000 workers because many of us went online shopping, you know, during this period. But many of those workers in many of the countries were migrants, and they didn't want to lose casual migrants. So they didn't want to actually lose their jobs. So they actually did not want to report if they were COVID positive, and they died. You know? So this was a reality. And again, it means it favors certain groups and it disproportionately doesn't favor other groups. Secondly, nobody knows. 50,000 women across India were in factories making masks for the world. Now that is not known. So 500,000 people working for Amazon and more than 50,000, between 50 and 80,000 women in India making masks for the world. They couldn't, you know, they didn't have these social isolation measures or so, but they were helped at that time. But these were certain realities that COVID brought to light, Rita.
In terms of COVID, let's just stay with that for a little while. Lana and Satyam, did you feel that that it disproportionately made your tasks, made your lives much harder because of the work that you do? Satyam first.
Yeah, I think it did. I think largely because of the kind of different regulations that came in with hospitals and emergency departments and aged care facilities, you know, that again, it comes back to that community concept. So the isolation that happened, the additional distress that had, the, you know, really distressed family members yelling at healthcare workers about it and seeing it as a basic human right, actually, that was being impacted. And especially, you know, when someone is dying, you know, everyone expects that I should be allowed to be there for my child, my mother, my whoever. So in that regard, it caused a lot of difficulties, I think, and added a whole level of stress and distrust, I think, of, you know, I mean, you know, like we have the migrants and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and all these other minorities that, you know, it's well documented that they are distrustful of the health system as it is, typically because there's a kind of deficit narrative towards these groups about, you know, the reason they're in trouble is because it's their own fault rather than looking at the reality of things. And then when you add to it these extra laws or keeping people away or only one person can be by your side in ED or anything like that, you know, that adds to that tension that's already there.
Lana, anything to add to that?
Yeah, look, I absolutely endorse everything that Satyam has said, and we certainly had lots of distressed family members calling our palliative care helpline, just absolutely beside themselves in their frustrations about, you know, trying to manage. And unfortunately, I think as Satyam has said, there's been different rules and different facilities, and so for families that's just been a nightmare. But on the flip side, I think the the positive thing that I can talk about is the fact that it's actually increased the community's awareness of death and dying. So unfortunately, many of us have had loved ones both overseas and here who have died because of COVID. But I think we're starting to see that there's an increased awareness of our mortality, that in fact people have gone, and I think you mentioned that too, you're coming face to face with death, whereas, you know, previously it might have been something that you might have given some thought to in 20 or 30 years' time. So the opportunity for us, as I was saying before, is about maximising this opportunity to increase death literacy. So in fact, interestingly, across WA, we are seeing an increased interest in attending death cafes. So, and in fact, there's one on the program with Margaret Seeley after this session. And they are really non-threatening environments where people can start to explore what death and dying might look like, what decisions they might or might not make in that context. So I think while the whole thing has been horrible, you know, let me be very clear about that. COVID has been, you know, disastrous for all of us. But in fact, you know, with most things, there's a little silver lining, and it has increased people's awareness and perhaps increased interest in getting on the advanced care planning page and just starting to have those conversations earlier rather than later.
Jaya, just before I bring you back in, Melanie, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about whether or not you think, you know, you felt that the opening up of borders, and you talked about immunocompromised groups. Did you feel that you as a community were marginalised by the state and other governments, you know, thinking that, okay, we'll just open up because the rest of the world needs to start moving on?
Yeah, I loved last year. You know, watching the numbers just skyrocket over East and thinking, thank God we're not there. Yeah. But I knew, you know, we couldn't stay closed forever. But you just have to do what you can yourself to arm yourself and prevent transmission. And COVID's a weird thing, you know, some people can get really sick and die from it, and other people just get a sniffle. And you might have the same vaccination and the same kind of health, and it's like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, I call it the invisible enemy. Like, you never know where it is. It could just hit you any time. I think the most thing that concerned me was reducing the mask mandate. I think that came too early. But, you know, with the federal election and Mark McGowan's popularity going down, I think, you know, he kind of bowed to the masses, and there was lots of push to drop the mask mandates. And I think that happened too soon because the numbers just increased so much after that. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing stopping people wearing a mask, but there's a lot of people who don't still, and yeah, it's your own choice now.
So really forefront of your mind that actually anywhere you go, you are vulnerable, more vulnerable than you were.
Yeah, and I rely on workers, and I don't know where they've been, and staff shortages and things. It's been, yeah, really hard since the borders opened because, you know, one person gets COVID and, or their son or daughter, my workers, they have to stay home and then they get it, so they're off for 2 weeks, and then I've got to train new people up or, yeah, cover shifts and things. It's been hard.
Just very quickly, Jaya, before I bring this wonderful audience in, so you just wanted to add a little bit to those points.
Just 2 quick points that I wanted to bring up is about compassionate care. Like during COVID, I felt even where we had a public health emergency, we had to have isolation measures. Our government could have been compassionate in cases where people were dying and having families, or allowing people to go to be with their family members who were possibly dying in another country. Those compassionate decisions were not made, and we could have done that. That was one thing. And I think the second thing, going back to what Lana said, is just being, and Melanie, in being prepared of death. Now, I traveled to many post-conflict countries. You know, I've gone to Timor-Leste, Uganda, Sri Lanka, in the conflict areas, in Rwanda, and all of that. And often I'll be on roads where I think, anything could happen and no one might find me, And I am always prepared, and I talk to my son about it. He's in his early 30s, so I will actually sit with him as I begin my travel and I say, this is what it is, So I'm very clear that I want to be an organ donor. I want to be cremated and no resuscitation. I don't want to live in a prolonged life. So I make it very clear, but I also make it clear about a celebration of life if one wants to do that, and at the same time, what happens with the assets you might have, both financial and physical. So I think it's important. I do that because I've been in situations where I felt, oh, what would happen if, something would have happened. And I think we need to have those discussions, and often people find them very difficult, Rita. So this. And finally, with the mask mandates and all of that, again, it's ableism, that when you focus on these mandates and you say, okay, we're going to remove the mask mandates, you actually forget about the people who are immunocompromised, living with chronic conditions, who are having cancer treatments or treatments when they have had transplants. So all of these are quite vulnerable. And that is why having the mask mandates a little longer, especially as we go to a brutal flu season this time. So I've been mapping COVID and flu now. So we had 65,000 in May, flu cases, along with the COVID cases, and 47,000 flu cases up to now, along with the COVID cases. So we have COVID and influenza going out in our communities, but we are removing the mask mandates. You could go to places like airports where there can be long queues, planes, where you're sitting in a long time. Yes, there's air filters now and circulation of air, but you will never know if the person next to you is asymptomatic and carrying COVID, and he has the capacity or she has the capacity to impact you.
Do you think as humans we look at death in a different way when it's mass death, like the ones you talked about in Rwanda and AIDS? We see those as news items, we're horrified, but it's not our reality. Do you think that it's a very different way that we look at that kind of death than, sort of personal?
Yes, it is, because I'm talking about it here because that's the topic. But sometimes I can talk with friends or something and they say, Jaya, I really don't like to hear about this. If there's something on the news that's too difficult. But I said, it's a reality. This is happening. The war in Ukraine is happening and there are deaths there. Or this happened in Uganda or Rwanda. And often people disassociate with the reality that is far removed. They could see that in the news, but it's easy to flick the news off and say that I don't want to watch this. I just don't want to watch it now. So this does happen.
The ABC, Dr. Norman Swan, he always said, one death's a tragedy, but thousands is just news now, kind of thing. But he keeps reminding people, that could be someone's mother, father, brother, sister. It still impacts that family, that death. And it's the equivalent, COVID's killing the equivalent of 1747 crashing every week in Australia. That would make news every day, and it's not now. I think we really have become insensitive to it. When the mask mandate and the borders open, that's when my real lockdown kind of started. And work has been great and let me work from home. And I had to give my ticket away for the Dockers this year because I was so devastated that they're doing well and I can't even go and watch them. But I did mask up and go to the last 2 games. I couldn't bear to stay home and watch them anymore. I had to go in to receive them live. But yeah, it's those decisions that I have to risk. And every decision to go out is a risk now.
And that is Melanie's tragedy, folks.
Don't hold it against me. Purple's a good colour.
Okay, so I'm conscious that time is moving forward, and I'd really like to bring our audience in to ask all our panellists any burning questions that you've got or some reflections on what you've heard today. Yes, lady in the front. Only because it's really hard to see all of you at the back because of the glare. But yeah, do put your hands up.
Thank you. I was diagnosed with a rare cancer 2 years ago, so I've had 2 years of getting my head around thinking about death coming a little bit sooner than I might have expected. So that's been a really interesting journey. And there's been a lot of the things that you've talked about today have really resonated. I think one of the things that made the early stage of that process very lonely and very frightening and very isolating is people's massive reluctance to talk about death. And I needed to talk about death. And there was this view that by talking about death, I was less invested in my treatment, and that absolutely wasn't the case. I had to talk to my children who are young adults and really explain to them that it's possible to hold the duality of being invested in my treatment and being confident of a good outcome, whilst also processing and preparing for if that doesn't work. And that's been really difficult. But what I've also found is, and just actually quickly on the COVID thing, my experience just last week, I went to see my oncologist to get some results, and I wasn't allowed to take anybody with me, but also he wouldn't let me record the conversation. And so that conversation was completely reliant on me absorbing information in the moment, remembering it, and being able to make sense of it afterwards. But my other experience with the medical profession is I have to make decisions about my treatment on a quite regular basis. And there are always conversations about treatment, but there's never I don't have a picture if I chose not to have treatment. What does that look like? Partly because my cancer is quite rare, I think then they can't map it out for me. But also, I really want to know, I'm not scared of dying. I'm a little bit scared of the process, and I want someone to talk to me about what that would look like. And is it that we have, the medical profession is so set up to cure, to treat, that death isn't their core business? And so they won't have that conversation. They're not comfortable until they absolutely have to. I think there was a question in there somewhere. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Lana,
First of all, I'd love to meet you after this forum because it would be fabulous to have you involved in our advanced care planning processes, to share so articulately what you shared about managing both your treatment and your preparation for death. That was just beautiful. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. And can I also share with you that that's one of our ongoing challenges in terms of engaging health professionals in these processes. So we're actually trying to do a bottom-up, so engage with community, run community workshops, support people to improve their death literacy, but we're also trying, as a sector, to engage health professionals in these processes. And particularly, one of our priorities is engaging them and understanding the importance of advanced care planning, because that's what you're talking about. It's, planning about, so you've got a diagnosed condition, and I'm very sorry to hear that, but you've also highlighted the fact that you've got health professionals who are going, this is not my business, it's somebody else's business. And the problem is, in our health sector, everybody is going, this is somebody else's business. And so people like you don't get those engaged, informed, honest conversations. So I absolutely recognise your situation, and yeah, we're working on it as best we can.
Jaya, can I get you to come in as well?
Yes, I wanted to add on to what you said about if a person has a diagnosis and doesn't want to undergo treatment, and that happens in migrant communities, because you hear that. I have a diagnosis of cancer, and it could be in the advanced stage. So many, especially many gynecological cancers are caught very late, and it could happen that there's a diagnosis that they have a few months to live, or pancreatic cancer for that matter. What they say is, I don't want any treatment. I would like to just die without treatment. I understand I might have 3 months, or I could live for 6 months, but that's okay. But often that conversation, so in migrant communities, it's okay. They would choose not to have the treatment, but for me, it's important that the health professional actually say, this is what's going to happen, this is how it's going to progress, and if you take the treatment, this is what's going to happen, and these are the side effects. And often those conversations are not very satisfactory. I get anecdotally, Rita.
Yeah, Satyam, you work a lot with oncology patients. Is that a conversation you've heard before?
Yes, definitely. You know, it's probably one of the most common conversations that I have. And just to touch on the other point as well, that you know, don't think for a minute that all medical people are comfortable with palliative care or are as skilled or comfortable with it, because they're not. So if you're not getting the kind of support that you need from your GP, it might be because they're just not comfortable with that aspect of health. And I would encourage you to seek out someone else if that's not the case, because there's plenty that are. I've watched medical people from all over the place. Like, you know, for the past number of years, I've been going a lot into aged care facilities. And there are a lot of doctors that were coming in, immigrant doctors that were coming in, and because of their religious belief systems around death and dying, they were all required to be educated because it was impacting on their decisions around symptom management of people who were passing away for various reasons. So, you know, I think it's really important to understand that as a patient or a user of the services, that you are all consumers. And it's very important, if you're not getting your needs met, to put your hand up and do your best to get it met elsewhere. I think a lot of us feel disenfranchised in the health system, and I think, you know, that's the kind of natural hierarchy that exists in health. But you are consumers, and at the end of the day, you actually hold a lot of the power. So, yeah, it's really important to be assertive as you're moving through something like this. But not everyone responds in an assertive way when they're distressed because them or their loved ones are approaching the end of their life.
And can I say too, it's really hard to speak up. You know, you trust the medical profession, and sometimes you don't feel empowered to say and ask questions. So yeah, it's really important to have a voice, and if you're not heard, make it louder.
Definitely.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Any other questions? Somebody in the middle there, I can see a hand up. If you can stand up so that we can see you. Thank you.
This is the question for Lana regarding the palliative care. Is that service for everybody? I've got a very dear friend who has been diagnosed with, stage 4 cancer. Is that something that she can approach you all with?
So can I just clarify, you're asking about access to palliative care?
That's right.
Okay, so look, I'll just do a little advertisement here. We provide a service that I think I've mentioned before, which is the Palliative Care Helpline. I would very much encourage you to ring on behalf of your mum and find out where... Friend. Ring on behalf of your friend and find out where the nearest palliative care service is to your friend. Most palliative care services are free, but that depends on what service you're looking at. But in terms of the services that Palliative Care WA offers, so if your friend is really interested in progressing her advanced care planning, and I would really encourage her to do that now. That's available completely free of charge. So if I could encourage you to go on the Palliative Care WA website, all the services are outlined there, and we've got a service directory as well, which will help you to find the best service or the nearest service to where she lives.
I can see there's going to be a queue forming to speak to Lana afterwards. Can I just ask the audience to think about, death and dying in a more general kind of way, and any questions or reflections that you might have about that? Yes, lady in the third row.
I've got a few, probably not questions, but I've had the privilege recently to be with one of my friends in her final stages as she was passing away. And she had a plan on what her actual death was going to look like, but not so much of a plan of what her quality of life was going to look like while she was preparing for her death. And quite a few years previously to that, I had a significant death in my life, apart from her. My mother-in-law passed away. And about 2 weeks before she was due to pass away, around the time, she came and sat with me and told me what her death was going to look like, what her funeral was going to look like, who did she want there. She chose me, I guess, because I'm a black, white, on-off person. So I do show emotion and empathy, but I can kind of keep my cool as well. So I thought that was a privilege. And so when it came time for us to say our final goodbyes, it was a real gift to know what she wanted, when she wanted it, who she wanted there, and what her farewell was going to look like. Going back to last year when my friend passed away from pancreatic cancer, in the final days that she was passing away, I had started studying as an end-of-life doula, as a death doula. So I had an understanding of what those stages were going to be and how her body was going to be reacting. But I found that her family didn't know. She was in palliative care for the week leading up to her death, so she was in a hospice. But I found that quite interesting at the time, that those around her didn't know those stages and were quite confused, and it was really quite distressing. And then when she did pass away, there's the logistics of what happens when one of your loved ones passes away. They don't stay in the hospital or in the hospice. And that bed is required by somebody else. And I think that's also a real gap in joining and having a holistic view about what happens after death and where are they going to go and are they going to be taken care of? And is that now up to the funeral directors, or do I have the power? And then the whole funeral director, that management is also a minefield of upselling and getting the gold-plated handles and the rest of it. So I find that there's it's not just the death, but it's after death and the care of those families and loved ones after the death, and then preparing as well.
Thank you for that, yeah. There's somebody there in the middle.
Can I just make...
Yep, Lana, while the mic is going to the hand that's up in the middle, Lana, if you
Thank you for sharing that. There was so much in that. It was a really big reflection. I'm feeling like a salesperson, Rita. I'm really sorry about that. But one of the publications that we've developed is called Palliative Caring. So we have a publication that's aimed at people in the community, so not health professionals, not specialists in the death and dying area. It's really a resource, so it's a little booklet that's called Palliative Caring. It's designed for family and friends who are caring for or supporting their loved ones in the last stage of their lives. And it's a very practical resource, so talks about some of the issues that you've raised, like what happens immediately after death, what's your role, how soon does a death certificate need to be organised, all of those sorts of details that you're not thinking about prior to someone's death. So it's a resource that's completely free, available online. If you want to further inform yourself, or you've got a loved one in your world who is receiving palliative care or about to receive palliative care, please see this resource as a useful piece of information. Thank you so much.
I think what's coming out loud and clear is that there clearly is a gap, and people do want to know, people do want to talk about death. It's not that people don't. The microphone went somewhere up, yeah?
Jai, I would like to direct this to you first, but I'd also like to hear from the rest of the panel. You mentioned the term compassionate care and your distress at seeing the lack of that care with some of the government decisions. If you had one piece of feedback to give to our government from the data that you've collected, what would you ask them to do to improve compassionate care?
One of the things that I would like to see is, rather than have they had a blanket rule for everyone, but I think in compassionate care, we are able to take an informed decision on a case-to-case basis. So you had parents who had traveled from overseas, their child was in hospital and they were not able to see their child, or a mother and her newborn separated. That's where we can take those decisions, informed decisions on a case-by-case basis, and we have the capacity to do so. So our government did not do so, and I think that was a failing in some ways. Yeah.
Probably got time for one. There's a hand that's waving in the middle.
Yes, I'd like to follow on from the person in the third row that was just describing two deaths that she experienced. And I was brought up in Asia, so I was in 4 different countries within 10 years. And my experience of death was it was in the 70s, and it was very normal and everyday. My parents didn't try and protect me. I was a very inquiring child. So my first experience of somebody who'd passed away was actually in the gutter in Delhi. And people were just walking past. And I asked my mum about it, and she just explained really calmly. So my witnessing of it was very intense compared to where we live here. But I also saw the incredible importance of ritual and ceremony. And I've had a few people pass away in the last sort of 7 years, and I felt quite alone in that my friends really didn't know what to say. And one of the things that I do when somebody loses someone, and I guess I'm talking about people who have experienced death and they're left behind and they're grieving and they've got all these feelings and they don't know what to do, I always deliver a candle. And I've been told that that has brought extreme comfort, because that candle can be lit in a hallway, it can be placed on the dining table and lit every night in honour of the person that's passed away. And somehow, because it's glowing and it's live, it provides some kind of comfort and symbol for the people who are experiencing the grief. And I guess I just wanted to reflect on that here, because we've spoken about governments and organisations, and all of that stuff is absolutely part and parcel and so important. But I just wanted to contribute that if you don't know what to say, deliver a candle, and you can even say, I don't know what to say, but my heart is with you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's beautiful. We are coming to the end of our session. There is definitely a lot to talk about, so I really hope both Lana and I, and hopefully the panellists who are here are probably going to go to the Death Cafe. We'd love to see some of you there. Shameless plug, the State Library, and I'm very grateful to the State Library for recognising how important death and dying as a conversation is. So over the last 4 months, I have been working with the Centre for Stories, which is an arts organisation that has brought together, allows platforms for everyday stories to be shared. And we have been working on a death and dying collection. It's a collection of 13 different stories, not all sad, some very empowering. They should be out in the on the State Library website as a collection for people to plug into if you want to listen to some really fascinating stories because death and dying affects all of us. And it's really important, as I can hear from the audience and obviously from our panelists, to talk about it. So thank you very much for coming along to this talk. Thank you very much to our panelists, if we can show our appreciation. And thank you, audience.
Thanks again to our panelists here.
If people want to come up and approach us.
Yes, I will. Rita was just saying that if anyone would like to have some chats, they will be just behind here in the foyer, kind of around, should anyone want to talk through or have any additional questions that have come from our session, of course, called Talking About Death Won't Kill You. Up next, so in the lecture theatre, we have Wankini Nyunga, the language of Nyunga, with Len Collard. Thank you. That's an interactive language workshop. And of course, you would have heard a number of times mentioned during that session about the Death Cafe talk, which is actually happening at the Alex Hotel. So if you head out into the courtyard and went to the right, that's where the Alex Hotel is, and that's where the Death Cafe chat will be happening. And that goes from 3 o'clock to 5. And up next, we will have a panel discussion talking about aging disgracefully. So take your time to stretch your legs, get some oxygen flowing, introduce yourselves to some new people, and we'll see you as we start the next session at 3 o'clock. Kaya folks, we are here now in the Discovery Lounge for our 3 o'clock session entitled Ageing Disgracefully. Leading the discussion is, of course, the fabulous facilitator and extraordinaire, Jean Kitson. So please, make them all feel welcome onto the stage.
Thanks very much. I'll just invite my panelists on and then I'll introduce them. There's a lot of you. Welcome, everyone. Come on, panelists, come on in. Big round of applause.
Nice chair, nice low chair, Liz. Oh, jeez.
Gosh, everyone's interested in aging disgracefully, right? That's so good. It's great to see you all. I'm so excited to be here today with our brilliant panelists who I'll introduce in a minute. And I'm really excited to be with you all. I mean, you know, hopefully we can reconnect with our sense of humour, which we might have lost over the last couple of years. We can reconnect with our laughter muscles and our pelvic floor muscles at the same time.
Yes.
But most importantly, we can reconnect with each other. I think it's so fantastic to be here, really great. And to know we're not alone anymore. Woohoo! So turn your hearing aids to high. I'm turning mine up. I've got one. And it's going to be a great panel. The topic, as you know, is aging disgracefully. Now, there are 2 main questions, really. What is aging and what is disgracefully? Really. We are continually told that 40 is the new 30 and 50 is the new 40, and it isn't true. It does mean that we run the risk of dressing 10 years younger than we are and wondering why nothing seems to fit. We may live longer because of modern medicine and home heating and guaranteed food supplies and freely available affordable clothing in low-cost synthetics. And possibly because we go to work and sit down rather than haul buffalo out of swamps. We may not know whether we are guaranteed to live longer yet. But many people from the generation that came of age in the 40s and the 50s are pressing ahead into their late 80s and 90s. And how do their relatives reward and celebrate them? We lock them up together and we remove them from society and we complain about what they're costing us. They are like beached boats. That is disgraceful. What we tend to mean by disgraceful is when people older than us persist in loving and learning, in refining their curiosity, in laughing, especially in laughing, in thinking, and not thinking that IT awareness is a measurement of IQ. Equally, we can find it scandalous when people older than us are happy at their keyboards, engrossed with their own networks. What can they find to text about? Or we are offended when people older than us are adventurous in their kitchens or in their camper vans. It is disgraceful that people older than us go right on following the music, barging into politics, opening a second bottle at dinner, when we just want them to give us their house. Today we're going to celebrate aging, celebrate the fact that there is more to aging than simply growing old and being old. Aging isn't really about age. We have all been aging since the time we were born. So when do we start thinking about aging? Not in primary school, though we were aging really fast in primary school. We were aging like the clappers in primary school and not even worrying about it at all because we were just growing up. So when did everyone decide we were no longer growing up? We were growing old. Who decides that? These will be some of the probing questions that our inspiring and esteemed panel will explore with us today. So allow me to introduce you to them. First of all, there's Liz Bursky. Liz, welcome, Liz. I know, She really needs no introduction. She's a renowned and respected woman of experience and wisdom who has spent a great deal of her professional life writing about women and their lives. She's a novelist, a journalist, a broadcaster, an advisor on women to the WA Western Australian Government. She's a teacher of professional and creative writing at Curtin University. She was a panellist on Beauty and the Beast.
I wasn't the Beast.
You were. You should have been the Beast.
Yeah, okay.
I think. As a novelist, she's written many books of fiction and non-fiction, but one of her books that I will quote from now, and this is a great truth, she has written, most particular to our topic today, she has written a book called Women and Ageing. And one of the quotes is a great truth. Living longer and living well are the triumphs of civilized society. It is also the future that all generations want for themselves. So welcome, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Katie Steele, a brilliant, a brilliant multi-award-winning musician, guitarist, singer and songwriter. She was born in 1983.
Come
What the hell are you doing here?
That's bullshit.
She's an intruder.
That's what we're all thinking. Why are you here? She's still
feel
so
young.
39, but maybe how people view you.
I'm still 38.
Oh, you're still 38?
Now she's making it.
No, that's horrible.
I didn't think I could add up. Sorry, 38. Hang on to that 38 for as long as you can, believe me.
I certainly am.
You know, you seem so young to us, but maybe how people view you is influenced by the industry in which you work, and I think we're going to learn a lot about that. And of course, Pete Rosethorn. legendary comedian from Let the Blood Run Free.
Love you, Jen.
Thank God You're Here. Kath and Kim. You're still on the telly.
I know, it's incredible.
It's incredible.
I know.
They still let you out.
Yes.
Decades of stand-up. Pete and I cut our comedy teeth together back in the 1980s, and look, he hasn't aged at all.
Liar.
You're sort of ageless, Pete.
Yes,
You're
you are.
still so young. I don't know how you feel about that, but we'll ask him in a minute.
Yeah, ask me to stand up.
So is everyone's mics on? We can hear you all loud and clear, I hope.
I don't know, testing 1, 2. Can you hear us at the back?
Can you hear?
Up the back, can you hear?
Can you
Can
hear
you
us?
hear us up the
Beautiful.
back?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm having trouble and I'm standing right here. I really am. But never mind, hang on. Okay. Anyone who wears hearing aids knows that's what you have to do, right? Just pop your ears. So, Liz, at what age, this is a question, at what age do we stop growing up and start aging? Because I'll just use an example, like P.D. James is an inspiration. She wrote that at 90, she realized that time and creativity were not inexhaustible. That's what she wrote at 90. And then she sat down and wrote a sequel to Pride and Prejudice called Death Comes to Pemberley at 90, chuckling all the way. And you've written Women and Ageing. You wrote that in 2012. So do you think that, I'll start with the thing about women. Are there improvements in women's self-regard over the last 10 years, do you think?
I think there is, but I think it all depends on the people around us to a great extent and how we react to them and whether we let them put us down or treat us as old crocs. And I mean, my sons, they treat me as old crocs, but they're both over 40, so they really can't do that. No, I'm just kidding, but I think that women do feel stronger and more empowered as they get older anyway. And I think this time probably more than any other previous time. However, I think there's a lot that needs to change in order to really get value from that. because I think a lot of women, probably more than men, suffer from depression in old age, and it's because they feel that they haven't got anything to offer, whereas most of them have got heaps to offer. They just need opportunities and encouragement. And what I've found as I've got older, and I'm 78, I need help now because I've got problem with my brain, and I'm aging rather rapidly into dementia. So there's whole heaps of things that I can't do on my own now, and so many new friends and new contacts are so tremendously helpful. So I think it is a better time for older women than it has been in the past. But there's still a lot of people that end up being treated badly, especially in nursing homes, as we know.
Well, that's right. I mean, we all had that experience in the past 2 years of COVID. I mean, we saw news report after news report of older women, particularly quarantined in aged care, sick, dying, separated from their families by glass panes and government decrees. This is a horrible, horrible metaphor. You know, are older women not only invisible but expendable, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think everybody's got something to offer, even right up until the end. For quite a lot of people, they're still active in some way, not playing golf or football or whatever, but just chatting to little children. There's been a couple of ABC programs recently. What was it called?
Chatting with kids.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Aged care for 4-year-olds.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's great.
Right.
It's fantastic.
And how much those kids got from that, and how much the older people themselves got from it too. It was just wonderful to, if you think about what can be done to bring people together, if organisations would just take the time to think about that and how it can be good for both ends of the age.
But if I wander off to my nearest kindergarten and just stroll in...
No, I wouldn't if I were you. You'll get arrested.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think what you're saying is really important, that the idea of older people being valued and the value they can bring to a community, and how we can integrate our elders back into the community is a really important thing. And thank you for talking so courageously about your age and what's happening to you at the moment. I mean, that is very courageous to sit here in front of everyone and to say that self-awareness, but to share it, you know. So that is, because a lot of like aging comes with shame, I think.
I think it does. And I had, both my parents had Alzheimer's, and once I knew that I had problems, I mean, that's the big thing now. How long will I last? How long will I keep going, be able to do things like this, spend time with my friends? But the wonderful thing about this time is that I've just acquired some wonderful friends, and 2 of them are out there, Sue and Ariana. Wave, Sue and Ariana. Oh, there they are, down there. They're a lot of trouble.
They get good seats, though.
They get good seats. But they keep me out of trouble, and they get me to places. And I honestly do, and I'm not saying this is something I'm going to do when I get older. I do ring them with the most ridiculous questions and get terribly agitated about them. And they calm me down, and they, you know, bring me back to life in a normal sort of way.
That's fantastic.
And
yeah, because
so everybody who's got care, well, they're not official carers, they're friends. But friends are so important, and family at this time.
It's funny how anxiety, and that anxiety you feel when you're losing control, or you feed off situations that are out of your control, and they get to you more.
Yes,
my mother is far, she's now 93, and she really used to get really upset with my father, who passed away, and since she's passed, she's a lot more relaxed.
She is.
He used to stress her out quite a lot.
I got rid of mine much earlier than that.
Well done. Great call, well done. But yeah, it's funny how it just adds to the confusion and the lack of clarity with everything.
It's dreadful, and it gets worse and worse and worse, and you wind yourself up, and then somebody can come in and say the right thing, and you wind down and think that was absolutely ridiculous. I'm embarrassed about it, but you can't sort of stop it as it's happening.
That's not at all.
No.
It's like we had a meeting for this event over Zoom and the other day. So I got on, luckily I got on quite easily. I just joined the group and I came up on the screen.
Oh,
Cool.
stop showing
And I was-
off.
No,
Yeah, shut up.
it was a fluke. But then there was three
I think it
blank
was a
screens.
fluke.
Are you on? Can you hear me? I can't work this. Are you? And suddenly Jean pops on, finally after, I don't know, 5 minutes, with a young person next to her going. And then suddenly, 10 minutes later, Liz comes on with a young person next to her going, got it.
That's the young person down there.
She did exactly what I did, but it worked for her. You know how that happened.
I couldn't figure it out either.
Yeah.
I had to pull my mobile phone out and get the code and use my phone because I couldn't work it out on the computer. So there you go.
Couldn't have done it.
No.
Thank you, Kate.
There you go. It is very confusing sometimes.
Being able to find my mobile phone.
Yeah. Well, that would be a problem.
So, Pete, do you think, as Liz was saying earlier, do you think it's other people's perception? Do you feel old?
Oh, I'm in the most disgraceful category of all. I'm in the middle to elderly white guy category. We kicked off the Me Too movement and started wars and, destroyed cultures. There is the thing of looking back at what men have done, especially men of distinction and age, and it's not really seen as wisdom anymore. It's seen as you
Stupidity.
guys were a pack of frickin' dickheads and did a whole lot of bad stuff. So I'm in that category. But I've had a beautiful, wonderful life, but I'm in showbiz. So, and I think Katie will probably refer to this a little bit closer than I will, but and I'm still in the game. And I go, I'm now starting to make calls to myself saying, am I going to go to am I going to get a film role that's going to flee me to Hollywood? And I always think of Jackie Weaver.
Yeah.
Jackie Weaver. Happened quite late. So you never know what's going to propel you. And I think of just leaving the door open to having a future in whatever career you're in is a positive way of thinking.
Just got to keep that fire
those
burning.
doors close very quickly
That's
on
right.
you as you start to hit late 50s, 60s, especially in showbiz. You can shut them and go, I'm going to go drive a truck, or can leave them open and go, trust it, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
But what about comedy? Comedy isn't quite so ageist, is it?
No, not at all. No,
But
I'm
he
very
was
lucky.
never
like
very
that.
funny anyway.
Could someone
Sitting
do
here.
something about this?
Yeah, look, I'm having, there's a whole discussion around that at the moment because of the world becoming too PC or whatever, which I don't really believe in. You just got to find an angle to make it work. All comics go through different feels and things that the style of comedy is very different now than it was in the 80s or the 90s even. But if you're fluid and you go with your own sensibility will guide you a lot of the time. If you're a good person and have a good radar for finding holes in it, holes in where the line is, you'll be okay. But if you don't know how to not see where the line is and just keep on stepping over it like you would have in 30 years ago, and that the line's shifting, that's all. And it can go up and backwards and forwards and do all strange things, but you just got to keep an eye on it. But it's keeping your mind. Look, I'm still, as you said before, I've got young people's clothes on.
You've got young people's clothes
I ask
on.
my daughters, they go, do I look like a dickhead? And they go, yeah, no. Whatever, no one's looking at you, Dad, doesn't matter.
Do you own a cardigan, Pete?
I own many cardigans, yes.
Oh,
I'm a
right.
cardigan lover. Thank you.
I approve
They're
of that.
very sensible. They're what?
Cardigans can be stylish,
They can.
Yeah, they can be.
but they also can not be.
They can be if you're young.
Yeah.
No, I own it. We love a
Don't worry.
I'm not worried.
Yeah, no. I think, like you're saying, be flexible and still humour. I think is ageless, really.
Oh yeah.
I think it's one of those vehicles that relate to anyone of any age. You could entertain. You probably still do entertain young people as well, all ages.
I creep into the schools occasionally, and
And then I get kicked out.
hopefully that's the key to it. If you can,
So you never get, that's
you've got to be able to hit all markets. You've got to be able to make a 16. That was the beauty of Kath and Kim, because it seemed to be able to transcend ages, and you could because women were the driving characters in it, and. Kath was representing the eras from the 50s and 60s in terms of the language she used and the sayings, and Kim was anything new, and Sharon was just this. So Sharon, so Australian, and so her own thing, and so because they're the guidelines. The women in it were sort of the stronghold, and so women would watch it, and if they had children, and it's hung, like you say, it's still on Netflix, so the children who were born when it was first made are now 20, and they're all keying into it now because they've been passed it on like you must watch, Kath and Kim. And so I've been very lucky to be in that vehicle. And I really like the men in it because the men were gentlemen.
Yes.
The men weren't from Kingswood country, they weren't Paul Hogan. They were men of, they were just going about their business without being,
dominating.
Dominating.
Alpha. They weren't
That's
alpha.
right.
True.
Not that I want this to be in any way anti-men, because, I know you must be feeling that male thing and being super sensitive. Do you think you're being, but you don't really fit into the category because of the way you dress, I think.
That's right.
Yes. If you had a suit on, you'd be a target for sure.
I do a lot of functions, a lot of business functions, and the ratio is generally still 80% men, 20% women. So the ground that's being made is very slow. It should be much quicker than it's happening. It's like it's still men are still just hanging on.
Yeah.
Let go of the power. Yeah.
Well, Katie, we're talking about showbiz and ageing, and maybe disgracefully, but ageing in showbiz, I think, is because you're here, because I think the ageing happens earlier in showbiz for women than it does for men. We become seen as older, and I thought I'd just do a couple of quotes. A television producer famously said, when he was asked whether a woman in her 40s should be on television, he said, "I don't care what age she is, as long as she doesn't look it."
Yeah.
So, that's why you see women on television who go to a lot of trouble not to look their age and not to talk about their age. And then there, of course, is Tina Fey's provocative quote, "Definition of crazy in show business is a woman who keeps talking even after no one wants to fuck her anymore."
That is hilarious.
So, I mean,
Very good.
I don't know whether do you know that quote?
No.
Oh, right,
That
it's a
is
good
so funny.
quote. But, when you look at the music industry, Paul McCartney's touring at 80, Mick and Keith are touring at 78, Donovan's touring at 76, Bob Dylan's touring at 81, Elton John just retired at 80, Paul Simon retired at 80. Where are the women?
Well, Deborah Harry's still out there.
Deborah Harry.
She's the only one I can think of straight off the top of my head, but Madonna, I mean, that's the whole kettle of fish, isn't it? Can of worms.
I was thinking, where's Grace Jones? Where's, Joan Baez? Where's that era?
Yeah, I think they're still going.
Are they?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, well, that's good. Then forget I even said it. I'm really glad to hear it, actually.
We'll put it down to your age.
Yeah. Sorry, it was the big encyclopedia I was opening.
Yeah, she's just over
Jean
there.
Kitson. Oh, yeah, okay, so she is, yeah.
So, Katie, how do you feel about age? Are you feeling like, does anyone refer to you as aging?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think people refer to me as being respected and you've got a big history and all that. And, in other words, it's like your old hat kind of thing. But in some ways, it's also really cool that I'm still going and releasing music like this year and stuff, and got a new record this year. Oh, tough crowd. A bit quiet, aren't they? Yeah. But the proof is in who's in the charts, and when Lorde came out and she was 16, it's I was 35, I would have been 33 or something at that point, and it's well, there's, you know, Kid Leroy or whatever, he's like, what's 18, you know, artists are just getting younger and younger and younger because of the internet. Like, you know, you can basically make a record, which my latest record I've done at my home, in my home studio as well. So that's the way things are moving. It's like things are more accessible. You got TikTok, like songs go viral on TikTok, which I tried to use it and I'm like, I don't even know what the hell's going on here. That's so
Have
weird.
you used it?
I've tried, but yeah, I feel like an old person using it because it's just, yeah, I don't.
You're not a native.
I use Instagram and Facebook. I don't even use Twitter really, so they're my two, because Instagram is about it's just photos. I can handle that. But yeah, it's, you know, it's just the way the industry's heading really. But it's like what you were saying. It's like you're either a lifer or you're not, and I can't really see myself doing anything else. So I just have to kind of, you know, keep going and you know, there's ways you can do things independently now. Like back in the day when I was 18, which is when I started my band, I was like 19 when I got signed, which is, Jesus, nearly 20 years ago. Well, it is 20 years ago. That is insane. You know, things were different then. It was about being on a label. It was about having that big budget, big label money behind you. But now you can kind of do, you know, things a bit more on the underground. You can be independent. You can release music. It's still expensive and it still costs a lot of money, and you still don't make a lot of money because, you know, it's just you can't sell records like you did in the old days. So yeah, it's a real different market now. But I like to think, and what I keep telling myself is there's space for everyone.
Yeah.
And you know, hopefully Double J will go get onto proper radio, so it's not just digital radio anymore. That would really help us older artists. But you know, I think it's like what you guys were saying before. It's like a real waste. Like we got all these artists that like I'm hitting my prime now. Like I've just had a baby like 8 weeks ago, which is crazy. Yeah. Woohoo! You're alive. And you know, so I'm going through that, and you know, like I'm seeing, like I'm making music now still, and seeing it through different eyes. I'm stronger, like I'm braver, you know, because I'm not scared about, you know, like you were saying, I'm not scared anymore. Like I'm an older woman. Yeah. I'm proud of myself, like, and I want to put music out there that's like important. I don't want to just sing like stupid pop songs. So, you know, there should be more out there for people that are, you know, getting into that. I think if you're in the UK or something, you've got like BBC 3, you've got more options over there. Like over here is very, very small kind of market, and especially if you're kind of in that older kind of market.
It's crazy when you look at how we love musicians and we follow them all our lives. We don't want them to disappear.
No, well, I know. There should be a bit more out there, I think, for many. There's not enough infrastructure, I think, like, you know, to really... But maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. It's just...
So do you think your industry categorises you as an older woman now?
Oh, yeah, I'd say so, yeah. I mean, if you look at all the festivals that happen, and a lot of them, it's like strictly Triple J bands, and it's like the same bands recycled over and over. And, you know, for me, I think that's kind of boring. It's like, do something different. Like, not that I'm saying have like a geriatric festival, but, you know, there's lots of artists.
That'd be good, actually.
Hey, maybe we should.
Yeah.
I think there's an opening in the market here, guys. No, I mean, like, I'm not an old artist. Like, I'm in my prime, really. I think I'm in my prime personally. Like, but yeah, it's, you know, where are the options, really?
Do you feel like you've got, because you say you're feeling, you know, confident and mature, and you've got the wisdom and the experience, you feel like you can make a difference?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think, like you said, you're never too old to make a difference. Right. Like, if anything, you make a difference the older you get, like, because you're more knowledgeable and you've got something to say, and you've got history, and you've got, like, roots, and you've got, like, you know, you've got a story. You know, like, when I was 19, I was up there, like, you know, singing, like, it was great, and I was a lot hotter, but...
No.
But it's like, you know, what do
You're hot now, believe me.
Yes, you're hot.
Amazingly hot.
Nah, I don't know, it's, you know, you just got more of a story now, and like you got more of a story when you get older, and that should be something that we should really be proud of, I think. Do you think?
Yeah, and I think that you're touching on something that's very important, and that is how the media sees older people, or doesn't see them at all.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was rewatching, well, I am at the moment rewatching a series called The Times of Our Lives, and it had a lot of our favourite actors in it. I think I looked it up last night, I think it's 18 years old now. And I would tell you the names of the people who are in it if I could remember them. But if I could put them on a screen for you, you'd know them immediately. And it was about an extended family with links through an adopted child to Vietnam. And there was one of the sons ran a nightclub, and another one was a guitarist. And they had various children and different marriages. And it was a wonderful setup, except the only two people in it who had really low profiles were the parents. So this thing is about this family, but the parents who are in this series between late 70s and mid 80s, oh, well, the mother is hardly there at all. The father is a bit more there because he has the links to Vietnam. But you would think that everybody in Australia died in their 40s and 50s. Yeah. It was such a wonderful series. The acting was wonderful. The storylines were great. And in each episode, one or other of the characters, it was their thing. It wasn't all about them, but it focused on their story. And that happened to all of them, except the parents, who brought all these people up and brought them
together, had the biggest backstory of them all.
Yes, that's right.
Had the most interesting experiences, probably. And if the writers had thought about it, they could have got a lot of good...
They could have got another
They could have
complete
created
series
wonderfully rich characters.
Yeah.
As you say, the media, like, who decides... You know, who decides when we're growing old? Like, do we decide that? Like, who decides that when a 60-year-old woman steals a Range Rover to go on a beer run, she is described as elderly? Like, who decides she's elderly? First of all, elderly is not a noun. It is an adjective, and you can be elderly at any age. They are our elders, not the elderly. The elderly is a condition. We shouldn't be describing our elders as the elderly, because you can be elderly at any age, and at any age you need not be elderly. It just depends on sort of luck and genetics and what's going on for you in your life. So maybe we should just ask, do you think it's the idea of aging is other people's perception more than anything? Not our own? You know, did someone first mention aging, or?
Yeah. Oh, you go.
I just have, because I'm 59, I'm 60 in January, and I did it before. I don't know whether I'm middle-aged or I'm getting old yet. I'm old.
Right.
And so old to me doesn't sound right. Middle-aged is, if I double my age, I've been well dead. So I'm not middle-aged.
No,
right. So then I fall into the old category. And I go, I'm not in the old category. Look at my clothes.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at the top of your head.
Look at the top of my head. All that is.
Yeah, you're cool.
Yeah.
So you think it's other people's... I mean, I remember when... Sorry.
No, I think...
I remember... Oh, yeah.
No.
You. And you go, Pete.
Yes. Oh, look,
I'm facilitating you. Sorry,
I know you are, but no, I'm just saying you judge it. I think you try and judge it for yourself a little bit. I'm say inside my head I'm a middle-aged person, but to the outside, I don't know what I am. I don't really care.
Right. It's just over the last few years, it's just really been happening for me, though. This, like being seen as an older person, like. In 2019, I broke my hip And my husband called it an age-related injury because I was dancing with a 21-year-old. And we were dancing to Dancing Queen, actually, ABBA, I know. Well, it was a mental health party, and it was at our place. We have a lot of mental health parties at our place with my daughters. We all need it. So I'd gone down, and I'd had a few drinks, and I went down, and everyone's sitting around grieving. They'd just lost one of their friends. And I go, come on, let's put the music on. Let's dance. And we're dancing, and everyone starts getting up, and we go, Dancing Queen. And then I'm just standing there rocking with this girl, and I must have closed my eyes, and my balance isn't great with my hearing aid. And then I found myself falling backwards, and I fell, and I broke my hip.
Wow.
And I knew it was broken, but because everyone was in a fragile mental health state of mind, I dragged myself up 2 flights of stairs and didn't ring the ambos till the next morning. Also, I didn't really want them to know just what I'd been drinking. And then I get wheeled into the emergency to go and get surgery. And the surgeon, the orthopedic surgeon, looked down at me and he says, "Don't worry, Jean, I'll operate on you as if you were my own mother." Firstly, I thought, I'm not old enough to be your freaking mother. And then I thought, I don't even know what sort of a relationship he has with his mother.
Yeah.
And then I Googled him, and he was old. I was old enough to be his mother. So that made me feel old. And then when I was being discharged, I look on my papers and it's got ETO or something. Is there a nurse here? ETOH or something like that? Is that it? ETOH? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I said, what is ETOH? And they said, alcohol was involved. And I said, does it have to be on my discharge papers? And they said, it's better than the old days. We used to write PFO, pissed fell over. Oh my God. Yes, I've just been getting older. So I feel that that's a lot of, it's people's attitude, things they say. Do you get a bit of that, Katie?
Yeah, because like I still feel like I'm 26. Like when I think about my age, I'm just like, what? And I'm like, it's cool. I've got kids and stuff now, which is awesome. Like I've got that part of my life, which is great. You know, my life's so different now, but yeah, I still just do not know where the time's gone, and I still feel. I mean, we all do. You don't feel your age, do you? You don't feel.
No.
You don't feel old. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's. I feel like it is. Like what you get told, like from the media or just generally, you know, it's like I'm at an age where, I should have my life together.
Yeah, like, you want to see my life?
It's like, I don't know. But,
so you're our elder, Liz. Was there a point where, I mean, our revered and respected elder.
Thank you.
So was there a point where it started changing for you, or did it happen like suddenly you're getting these things with your health? Does that feel like a big change?
Yeah, it's. I gave up. I was working in a university until I think 2.5 years ago, maybe 3. And when I stopped work, and I was finding it more difficult by then. Mainly doing the paperwork, and particularly anything with numbers in it. And I did start to feel older then, and then I was on my own, working from home, writing. I was getting books published still. But I do think that I started then to feel this is too much. I need to cut down, be sensible, take the dog for walks, that sort of thing. But since then it has got worse, yes. It's very difficult to live with, yeah.
Yes, yes, it would be. But and especially losing some of your autonomy must be.
Oh well, yes.
And but you're sort of got your friends to work with you rather than sort of for you, whereas a lot of people just get their independence taken away from them.
Yes, yes, I'm tremendously lucky. Most of my sons live in the eastern states, so they're safe, you see. So I am very dependent on friends, and I've got very lovely neighbours who help me mow the lawn, things like that. So I'm very fortunate, and that's partly due to the area that I live in and the friends that I've made there, living there. And many of those I've made through my dog.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because we go to a dog park, and everyone's very kind and knows, you know, a lot of people there are, I think I'm the oldest, but there are quite a lot of older people there. And we all try and help each other. But I think I get the best of it because I'm obviously less capable than other people.
Could be that you're a nice person too, though.
Yeah.
Because if you're a dickhead, they wouldn't.
Oh, you are so...
I swear to God,
so
though.
sweet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, it's what you give off sometimes you get back.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's that thing when there's trigger points, like your fall, your recovery time would have been quite slow from your hip. Did you notice it being slow? Or?
No, because there was a family crisis a week later, so I found myself just having to ditch the, you know what life's like. So I was forced to ditch the crutches. I thought I was going to get a year out of this. I thought people were going to help me and carry things for me. It lasted maybe a week.
Well,
Okay, right.
And I had to work. I had to get on stage, and I had to, you know, start working again.
Yeah.
But I hid my cane, and I learned to walk just without any form of because this is what I wanted to do. Oh my God! But I would walk up, hi everyone, like this. So you try and be. You try and look less vulnerable, less old, you know. But at the same time, you want, you know, like when I say less old, you just don't want to look like frail, I think, when you're on stage and vulnerable, especially with comedy, because people won't laugh. They're just feeling sorry for you.
Is that what it is?
That's it. Are they sitting going like, oh, poor Pete?
Look at him. He can barely walk. I got really fit a few years ago to a stupid television show, lost a whole lot of weight, and I got really fit when I was in the jungle. I came out, I felt fantastic. I was light as I knew, but it was really great. I felt great. And I kept it up, and I kept going to the gym. Then I did Priscilla, Queen of the Desert last year, and I fell off the bus.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Full frock, and just went bang. Hit the ground really hard, and I whacked my knee, and I puffed up, and I had anyway. I was just really stiff the next day, and about a week later, I was running in the rain to my car, and something popped in my knee, so I went super puffy, and that was a year and a half ago, and it's still weird and puffy. So I had to go and see a surgeon. He said, "Well, I think I got a new one. You got a brand new one because you've got arthritis in them both, but this one's puffy and weird." And I said, "Oh, well, that's okay. Can you get the puffiness to go down? It can feel like the other arthritic one, which is all tickety-boo." And he said, "Well, no, it's going to be all fat and weird for years, or probably forever." I said, "Well, that's terrible information. Thanks very much." What do I do? He said, "We can try and suck some stuff out of it. I can probably try and clean it up, but really, it's not going to do much. You know, you can take 8 Panadol a day." I said, "Thanks for the advice." And now I've done whatever this hip flexor thing is. I've done that.
Oh my God!
Yes, that's
So
horrible.
it's horrible. And anyway, it's just, and it just the.
You're showing your age by talking about your ailments.
I know. And
I could be here all day.
I'm all right.
You're all right.
Oh, you're so brave.
Thank you.
You're very brave.
Thank you. I'll see you at the dog park, Liz.
Thank you. Thanks, Pete.
We're going to open questions to the audience in a minute. But Katie, did you want to add something then?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I feel like if you're single, the best thing to do is to get a dog, don't you think?
Yes.
Like, you just meet so many people at the dog park.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
It's a social way to get out there.
It's a lovely way to get out. And the dogs love it.
Yeah, the dogs are great if they don't knock you over.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Careful.
You know, the other thing that happened to me was I was doing the Today Extra, and I was doing a panel in about maybe early last year, and there was once a week I'd go on, and my parents are still alive, so I feel young. My mum's 97 and my dad's 95. That's
crazy.
Yeah, he's her toy boy. But so I'm on the telly, Dad sees it, and he rings me up and he goes, Jean, I go, hi Dad. He said, I saw you on the telly this morning. And I said, oh, did you, Dad? And he said, yes. He said, do you have to do that show? And I said, what do you mean, Dad? And he said, well, it's not doing you any favours.
Oh my God.
This is true. Crossed my heart and said, what do you mean? And he said, your neck. Do you know how much it takes to go on those high-definition televisions when you're getting older and you keep saying to yourself, you know, like, you could do it? I go, what do you mean, my neck, Dad? He goes, I don't know whether they're lighting you in a weird way. He wouldn't know. Or the camera angle. So I rang up a friend. You know when you're just starting to get shatter, you're falling apart. I rang up a friend, and she said, oh, Jean, old people have no filter. Which is not what I was hoping to hear. And then I rang another friend, and this is true, crossed my heart, and she said, well, Jean, sometimes your skin looks a bit dry. And then I rang a third friend, and she said, Jean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's the message. It just doesn't matter how old we are or how old we look, or if we look our age or somebody else's age. It just doesn't matter.
No, what matters is if you're a good person, like, or funny, or you still got to be funny, right?
It's what you give off. What you give off.
Yeah. You think, exactly. You're being all hippie now.
Yeah. I got the whole gamut of young things.
Show us.
I can't get out of the chair.
You can do sit-down comedy.
I'm going to have to.
You've got to keep putting yourself out there, no matter what, slings and arrows come at you. Don't you think?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you'd be heading into the age where you would be a mentor now for young singers, are you?
Yeah.
Not yet?
Don't do it if you can get out. I wouldn't do it if I were you.
I'm just not going to answer that one.
It's a good thing.
No, it's a good thing, yeah. No, I think I am a little bit, but yeah, I don't know.
Too young for that. You got a baby.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Look, I suppose disgracefully, I was just going to say, what does disgracefully mean? Like aging, getting old, is such a natural, normal part of our lives. It's a time to embrace and celebrate who we are and what we have done and what we have achieved. And yet it seems we are constantly defending ourselves and our place in the community and our value and our worth. So does aging disgracefully, what does it mean? Like dressing younger than we are and dyeing our hair red, or if you're a guy wearing leather pants, driving a convertible? Does it mean making a noise when people would rather we were quiet? Does it mean giving people a piece of our mind when they don't want it or they don't need it? Does it mean being cranky and writing letters to the council? Or does being disgraceful mean shame? Shame at being old, shame at being alive, shame at having our own homes, our own desk, our own money, our own ideas and names and opinions, just shame at being. So if that's it, then what is aging gracefully? What does that mean? Does that mean not complaining, not falling over, not peeing? Not looking old, not making too much noise? Does it mean looking our age and behaving with gravitas and submissiveness and keeping quiet in the room when others are speaking or letting other people speak for us? Does it mean not getting in anyone's way? In fact, getting out of people's way, especially professionally? Does it mean going quietly into the next room or the next office, or being seen but not heard and then not seen either? So, just look at the way we put our elders into retirement villages and nursing homes so they can be with each other and not with us. There are these blue zones that are in the world. There's 5 of them where they have done this survey that older people are the most happy, and what they've got in their lives is connection with the community. Everything you were saying, Liz, connection with friends, still valuable, still contributing, still having a glass of wine.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah. And not being not being spoken to as if we're incompetent or stupid. That's it. And not talked down to.
Yeah. That's a big one here.
Yes, yes.
So if you were going to age, what do you think of the topic, ageing disgracefully? What do you think?
Me?
Yeah, what is your take on that?
I'm still waiting for the disgraceful bit. I don't have a lot of energy, but I will keep trying.
And Pete?
Oh yeah, I found it a very strange title. I don't think... I think I've got a very basic mind. So...
You're a man, darling. Don't worry about
it. Knew it.
You can't
You see? I'm in the most unpopular category.
No, we love you. It's just in the DNA.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. No, I
made him laugh.
Oh, totally. You make me laugh all the time. The disgraceful bit is where you're out of control. Like my dad passed away on, I had to watch him on FaceTime. He euthanized himself in Melbourne. Because he was one of those people who hated getting old. You know, I remember when he was in front of his stepfather wouldn't have been much older than me at the time. He was wearing a 3-piece suit in the middle of summer, which was odd. But my father stood in front of him and said, "Peter, if I'm like that when I'm 64, shoot me." Right. Which was a pretty mean thing to say in earshot. My dad was a pretty loose guy, but he was a bit of a nutmeg. But he got to that point where he said, "I just can't stand the disgracefulness of my physicality being gone, my lack of control over everything disappearing before my eyes." And that for him was probably a 5-year process. But he said, "I can't. I want to tap out." And he got the euthanasia project sort of system into play. And within about 3 weeks, he was, I was watching him put himself to sleep. And but for him, the disgracefulness was him not having any sense of control over himself.
Yeah.
That's the disgraceful bit. And that's just, sometimes it's nature and sometimes it can be an accident and whatever. But the rest of it, and that can be a like I say, a very short space of time, but where it feels disgraceful, but it can also be a 10-year, 15-year here where you slide into it, so that to me is the disgraceful part about ageing, where it's out of your control. The rest is controllable. Like my mum's 92 and she's controlling her age beautifully. She has physical issues, but she doesn't want to die.
Yeah. My mum has been saying to me, my mum's pretty upfront about dying. She said, Jean, in case I don't die, but I just lie there like a vegetable, I want you to turn off the machine, just turn off the machine. Firstly, she's been saying that since she was about 40.
I say to my kids all the time.
I now know I think it's probably menopause. And the other thing is, I'm not quite sure what machine she has in mind. Possibly the iron. So, Katie, did you want to say something? And then we'll have a couple of questions from the audience. I know it's going to be hard, but did you want to say something about your take on ageing disgracefully? Do you think it's like hanging on to youth, or?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about things so far ahead.
Yeah.
In my world right now, I'm just trying to do what I can while I can, like with young kids and stuff. I guess right now I'm just all about pushing through and working as hard as I can. But yeah, when I get to, my parents are aging, my dad's rapidly aging. He's kind of got health problems and stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's just one day at a time, I guess. And yeah, I don't know.
You don't have to think about it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to think about it.
Yeah,
One day at a time.
Yeah, no.
One day at a time. Yeah.
I'm trying not to think about it either. But let's have some questions. Is there any questions? Yes, down here. I'll repeat your question if you don't mind, so everyone can
There's a microphone behind you.
But I've got a pretty good voice.
Oh, do it.
I'm just going to first of all start off with a little funny story. The other day there was a couple of us in a lift. We were at a venue and we're all 58 to 60. And there's a couple of young girls and they said, oh, where are you ladies going? And we said, oh, we're going to a 90s DJ tonight. And they were like, oh, you're going to go off to like ABBA or the Bee Gees? And we're like, no, we're doing some deep acid house. And so we've just been doing the hashtag old ladies who acid house. Because that's kind of us. But one of the things which I've found interesting, you've been talking about, you know, your own vision of yourself and what others see in you. But one of the things I've found, I'm wearing a dress here with El Superstar Destructor written on the front. So, you know, I've got shoes that are pretty out, you know, I wear interesting things. And I find that's one of the things, as, you know, just because you get a little bit older and you're over a size 14, we're all going to wear beige? Like, come on.
Yeah.
I went shopping the other week. I wanted to go to the gym and haven't been to the gym for quite a while. I need to get some new gym clothes. And I went to Karen Up. Well, that was a fucking traumatic experience. So after about, you know, the 5th store, I was literally the mad woman just poking my head in going, do you even bother to have clothes over size 14? Because none of them did. Like, why are you going to the gym? Because you're a fatty. So maybe the fatties need to have clothes to get ourselves into. And it was just shop after shop after shop of just nothing. I finally go into this store and the young girl is telling me that maybe I could squeeze into this thing, which I knew that I couldn't. And I'm looking at her just going, it's not going to work, but anyhow. So I put this thing on and, oh my, I had rolls. It was so tight. It just made rolls in all the weirdest places.
Pushed it out.
And what was particularly hilarious was I ended up with these kind of rolls up my back and across my back till I ended up with these 2 enormous dimples in my shoulder blades of just crepiness that I have never seen, ever. And then the legs are all crepey and I'm in my knickers and this thing, which I'm just really fucked off that she's made me get into. And I just stepped out into the middle of the store and just went, excuse me, look, I'm just wondering whether actually, is this what it's meant to look like? And you could see and that was my disgraceful because, like, you know, I'm not going to stand there and like, well, excuse me,
can you bring something in?
Yeah, I'm standing in the middle of the store looking as fucking flabby as I possibly could with my crepey and wobblies and whatevers, just going, get me some clothes that I could maybe fit into.
Yeah.
And
ageism.
And that is, as part of this disgracefully, you know, I find it really, it's not so much, well, certainly amongst my friends or in my career, I don't find that. But it's the moment you step into the store, the moment you go, you know, oh, man, that's the whole of Westfield. It's like as though Westfield does not want to.
Invisible.
And it's, and I went into the city recently, and I was a little bit loaded with money. I just had a nice payment, and I really wanted to buy something, and literally I could buy perfume.
Yeah.
There was nothing out there of a size, or, you know, it was like invisible.
You smell great.
I smell fantastic. I spent a lot of money on perfume.
I know. Thank you for making that point. That's a very good point. Thank you. We have time for another couple, I think. Where is it? A question. If we can make it. Oh, yeah, there you are. Sorry.
Yes. I'm a gynecological cancer survivor of 27 years and lobbied for gynecological awareness in the community. I was the West Australian Senior Australian of the Year, and I've established an International Gynecological Awareness Day. But you say the word gynecology and everybody's out the door. So I've got a Red Knickers campaign. So I'm asking everybody on the 10th of September to bring out your knickers and just share with the world that it's really important important to talk about all things gynecology and expose what is happening with gynecological health, not just cancers. We need to understand gynecology before it's a cancer. And I've stood in audiences like this and shaking like I still am, worried, really concerned. But as I'm getting older, it's time for me to stand up and be heard on behalf of all the other women. So thank you.
Yes. Go gynecology. Go our gynae bits. Go all. When I was first working in comedy, we'd go on there was a heckle for all the girls that went on stage, all the women, and they'd be like, "Show us your pink bits." That's how they'd heckle. So if anyone wants to heckle, I might actually do it. Just in support. Just in support. We do need to know, and as you get older, you need to know everything that's going on. You don't have to suffer, and a lot of women still feel shame about that and won't go and talk about their gynae health. So thanks for that message. Is there actually a question of the panel here? So not that I mind. Yeah, this lady with the red, in red. If you'd like to stand up, and there's a microphone.
Just a question for Peter. As you age as a comedian, how do you manage, and in fact, do you need to manage your material for your audiences as you move on?
Yeah, as I said before, I think you sort of, if your own sensibility is right, your material end up being right. So I've never been a sort of comic that looks at racism or, I'm really generic because I sit in the corporate sector a lot, so I've got to be really careful now because that world's really shaky. They're really rattled. The cage has been really rattled. So if you're looking anywhere near being sexist, racist, anywhere near the line of any kind of issue, I won't get employment, so I've got to make people laugh across the board. But if you go to a club now, there's a lot of like the C-bomb's like the go-to word, so I don't swear much either. So I'm actually come from an area which helps me. It guides my my pitch of my act, if you know what I mean. And my daughter, I use young people. My daughter's a comedian now too. She's only 19, but I use her as a guide. I say, do I look old? Am I sounding old? When you watch me on stage, am I different from everyone else because I'm old looking? And my style of material, is it still relevant? Which I kind of get from an audience because they're a pretty good editing machine. But I can often just refer to younger comics around me as to my relevance. Because you do tend to, like Kato was saying, your audience will come to you a little bit, so if you go and do a performance, your audience will be of your
They'll find you.
They'll find you, that's right. So I used to go on tour with my daughter and we'd go down, I don't know, we go to some bowls club in, somewhere down south, and I'd advertise and people would come and I'd go, geez, who's on? Everyone's so old. And I'd go, oh, it's me. and then she would go out there as like a 17-year-old comedian to a sea of grey. Just terrified. So it's okay. Got to be funny for everyone, Dale. So it's a bit of that. Yeah, it's tricky. It is an issue at the moment, but I think if you're smart, you can work your way around it. Jean's done it all of her career, has worked her way around any sort of themes.
Your comedy.
She yelled out, "Show us your pink bitch" just a minute ago.
So yeah,
no one said anything.
Your comedy has always been very warm, warm and universal, and you haven't used anybody as a punching bag.
No.
It's just observations of, it's really great observations of life and things that happen to us all regardless of our gender or that. So yeah, when you say that, Pete, I can see how you're in a good place with your comedy, and you always have been. Because no one has to be frightened of, that you're going to be offensive or what you're going to say.
Yeah, so I'm not a very edgy person, but at the same time, laughter is a fantastic medicine. I think we all should be laughing as much as we possibly can, and to live that, to be able to deliver that as a thing, as part of my career, part of one of my things that I've worked on, is fantastic. I love what it gives off, and I love the feeling of happiness I can create when I want it.
Lovely.
And that will never end, Pete.
No.
It'll never end.
Straight back at you, Jen.
You'll be joking when you're lying there with your machine.
I got one more for you. I got one more.
Like Voltaire, when he was on his deathbed, a priest came up to him and said, "Do you renounce the devil and all his works?" And Voltaire said, "This is no time to be making new enemies." And then there was W.C. Fields. When he was in hospital, his friends came to see him and he was flicking through a Bible and his friends go, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Looking for loopholes." That'll be you, Pete.
Yeah.
You'll turn up, and that reminds me of Bob Hope. When he turned 100, his wife said, "Where do you want to be buried?" And he said, "Surprise me."
So is that funny?
We've had a really great panel session today. I know there were probably more questions, but I'm hoping that there's going to be some book signings, so you'll probably be able to grab people when they're out there, and if you have anything in particular. But please join me in thanking Liz Bursky, Pete Roselawn, Katie Steele.
Jane Kitson!
Yay!
Thank you. Great session, guys. Oh, yeah. I'm so obviously so
Go on, Jane.
Well, wait
I
for
know,
me, will you? I can't
we've forgotten
get
Liz.
up.
Please can give them another round of applause. And as Jean had mentioned, yes, there is a book signing. So from Jean Kitson and, of course, Liz Bursky over at the Boffin Pop-Up Bookstore. You can line up there with your books and talk to them in person. And you can also pick up some great titles from speakers along the whole of the festival. And, of course, that brings us to the end of day one, folks. The end of day one of Disrupted Festival of Ideas. We hope you've enjoyed these sessions. We encourage you to come back tomorrow from 10 a.m. for another day packed full of sessions, including Tom Tilley and Veena Sahajawala, our keynote speakers, discussions about fashion sustainability and cultural diversity, conversations about native title and burnout, plus workshops about youth activism and data protection. So please check out the State Library website for further information on session times and info. Please get home safely, and we'll hope to see you tomorrow at Disrupted Festival. Thanks so much.